I refused to accept this. I shot upright in bed, my back already drenched in sweat. The agonizing pain of having my chest pierced through still lingered, and Yao Jing'an's laughter seemed to echo beside my ears. But in the next second, I froze. I wasn't dead. I raised both hands. Fair, clean, without calluses, let alone the cracks left behind from years of gripping a blade. I immediately flipped out of bed, not even bothering to put on my shoes, and rushed into the bathroom. In the mirror was a young, intact face. No scars. No wounds left behind from being torn apart by zombies. I stared at the mirror, my breathing growing heavier and heavier. This is dorm room 404 at Modi University. I rushed back into the dorm room and grabbed the old phone on the desk. The screen lit up. Blue Star Calendar, May 23rd, year 478. 5:24 p.m. I stared at the date. First, I fell silent. Then I burst out laughing. Today. It's actually today. The day the apocalypse game descended. It was also my 21st birthday. And it was the day Yao Jinghan thoroughly trampled me into the mud. I had been reborn. Back to 10 years ago. I sat down in the chair and forced myself to calm down. The final scene of my previous life slammed into my mind in an instant. Those two war gods from the neutral faction invited me to a banquet, saying they wanted to celebrate my promotion to becoming Long Country's 10th war god. I went. In the end, a legendary grade barrier descended, completely sealing off my retreat. Yao Jinghan appeared with the zombie emperor. Those two so-called war gods also turned against me at the same time. 4 against 1. My death was without suspense. Before I died, Yao Jinghan even bent down and laughed beside my ear. Lin Ziluo, it's been 10 years. How are you still this naive? At the thought of this, I clenched my fists. My nails dug into my palm. It hurt, but that pain instead made me fully sober. Yao Jinghan. I said the name word by word. In my previous life, she was my girlfriend. The publicly acknowledged campus belle of Modi University. Everyone envied me, saying that an orphan like me, with no money or power, had somehow managed to win her over. But they didn't know that she had been sent by Li Haobo from the very beginning. To get close to me, humiliate me, destroy me, then watch me struggle like a dog. After the apocalypse descended, under the protection of the Li family, she hunted me down again and again. I was disfigured, surrounded, forced to hide among hordes of corpses. For an entire 10 years, I desperately leveled up, slaughtering my way to level 90 and becoming a war god. But before I could take revenge, I died at her hands. Good. I slowly loosened my fist. Since I've been allowed to return, then this time, I'll be the one playing. My phone suddenly vibrated. Yao Jinghan had sent a message. Ziluo, I have to go out at 6 tonight to tutor a child. I'm sorry. It's your birthday today, but I can't stay with you. After reading it, I almost laughed out loud. Tutoring? She was indeed going to tutor. Only the target wasn't a child, but the eldest young master of the Li family, Li Haobo. In my previous life, at 7 tonight, Li Haobo sent me their videos, bills, and the birthday blessing that Yao Jinghan had personally recorded. Right as I was mentally collapsing, the apocalypse game descended. I missed the most important development window at the very beginning. From that moment on, I fell behind at every step. Now, there were still 36 minutes left. I replied directly. It's fine. Let's meet before you leave. The abandoned warehouse behind the sports field. A few seconds later, she replied. Why there? I have to leave before 6. Hurry up. I typed out a sentence. Because I'm going to kill you. My finger paused for half a second, then I deleted the sentence. I sent a new one. Because I want to give you a surprise. Putting down my phone, I immediately searched through the dorm room. The wardrobe. The drawers. Under the beds. Finally, I found a sharpened dagger beneath my roommate's bed. I tested the edge. Good enough. I stuffed the dagger into my clothes, packed a clean set of clothes, grabbed my backpack, and headed out. The corridor was lively. Some people were smoking, some were playing games, and others were holding up their phones to film the sky. Why is the sky so red? Something bad isn't really going to happen, is it? The experts already said it's a natural phenomenon that only happens once every 5,000 years. What's there to be afraid of? On a nearby phone, an expert was still solemnly reassuring everyone. This global red celestial phenomenon is a rare natural spectacle. Please do not panic. I looked up. The entire sky had already been covered in blood red. They were still laughing, still taking photos. There were even couples hugging each other, thinking it was romantic. But I knew that in just over an hour, at least half of these people would turn into zombies. As for the remaining half, they would either be bitten to death or struggle in despair. I did not warn them. In the apocalypse, kindness was the most expensive thing. The me from my previous life had already paid far too much for it. I crossed the sports field and arrived at the abandoned warehouse. There was no one around. I pushed the door open and walked in. Yao Jinghan was sitting on a chair. She was dressed in luxury brands, and beside her feet was a bag worth tens of thousands. In my previous life, I had actually believed that she could afford these things by tutoring students. How laughable. When she saw me, she didn't even stand up. Why are you only here now? Where's the surprise? Hurry up and take it out. I still have to go tutor. I closed the door, locked it, then walked toward her. She finally sensed that something was wrong. Lin Ziluo, why are you locking the door? I didn't answer. I'm asking you a question. She stood up, her face full of impatience. If you keep playing tricks, I'm leaving. I had already reached her. In the next second, I suddenly struck, grabbing her by the throat and pressing her back into the chair. Up. Her expression changed sharply, and both of her hands desperately clawed at me. Lin Ziluo, have you gone mad? I took out the dagger and held it in front of her. She stopped moving. The anger in her eyes instantly turned into fear. I stared at her and spoke calmly. Blue Star Calendar, March 16th, year 478. Modu Ultramodern Hotel. Expense, 53,239. Yao Jing'an's pupils suddenly shrank. What are you talking about? I don't understand. I continued. March 29th. Modu Kaidi Hotel. Expense, 109,984. April 13th. Confusion Bar. Expense, 409,999. Her face went completely pale. How would you know? Did Li Haobo tell you? No, that's impossible. He wouldn't tell you. I leaned down and looked at her. What's the hurry? There's more. She began struggling, tears instantly pouring out. Ziluo, listen to me explain. Li Haobo forced me. The person I've always liked is you. I laughed. Keep making things up. I'll give you time. Her lips trembled. Her mind was clearly in chaos. I really love you. I only approached him for money. I wanted our lives to be a little better. Haven't you always said you wanted to marry me after graduation? I did this for us too. For us? In my previous life, she had deceived me the same way. Tricked me into drinking wine that had been tampered with. Tricked me into going to the trap the Li family had prepared. Tricked me again and again into believing she still had a conscience. I didn't want to listen anymore. I snatched her phone and used her fingerprint to unlock it. The chat window was still open on Li Haobo's profile picture. Yao Jinghan, I already can't wait to go find you. Li Haobo, did you tell that idiot? Yao Jinghan, I did. He really thinks I'm going to tutor. Li Haobo, is the birthday gift ready? Yao Jinghan, it's ready. Don't forget the bag you promised me either. Below was a video. I tapped it open and turned the screen toward her. In the video, Yao Jinghan smiled brightly at the camera. Lin Ziluo, happy birthday. You don't actually think I could fall for you, do you? You have no money, no background, and you're an orphan. Other than that face of yours, what else do you have? If young Master Li hadn't specifically told me to approach you, I wouldn't even bother looking at you. The video was still playing, but the Yao Jinghan in reality was already deathly pale. I only recorded this video not long ago. She stared fixedly at me. How do you know what's inside? Who exactly are you? I turned off the video. I'm someone who was killed by you once. And now, I've come back to collect the debt. First, she froze. Then she began frantically begging for mercy. She brought up our feelings. Then the university. Then the law. Finally, she brought up Li Haobo. You can't touch me. Young Master Li will be coming to pick me up soon. If anything happens to me, he definitely won't let you off. She had finally told the truth. I nodded. Good. Let him come. He's next. She looked at me as if she were looking at a madman. The warehouse soon fell quiet. A few minutes later, I sat on the ground and let out a long breath. 10 years. I had held this breath in for an entire 10 years. But it still wasn't enough. Yao Jinghan was only the beginning. Li Haobo was still alive. The Li family was still standing. In my previous life, they established Li Clan City, standing high above everyone else, treating ordinary people as consumables. In this life, I would personally drag them down. Not a single one would be spared. Just then, a cold mechanical voice suddenly rang beside my ear. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully been reborn. Apocalypse Game Golden Finger System activated. I abruptly raised my head. What was that sound? The phone screen showed the time. 6 p.m. No, the Apocalypse Game clearly wasn't supposed to descend until 7. Why would the system appear now? The mechanical voice sounded again. This system can crack a portion of the Apocalypse Game's data and provide special enhancements to the host. Master recognition complete. Would you like to draw your first super golden finger? I only hesitated for 1 second. Draw. Drawing super golden finger. Draw successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained absolute drop rate. A golden panel unfolded before me. Name: Lin Ziluo. Level: 0. Super golden finger, absolute drop rate. Effect: after the host kills a zombie, the item drop rate increases from 1% to 100%. For every 10 levels gained, you may draw another super golden finger. I stared at the panel. For the first time, my breathing became uneven. In my previous life, countless researchers tested it repeatedly and ultimately confirmed that the overall drop rate of ordinary zombies was only 1%. And even if something dropped, most of it was only water or food. Equipment, skill books, attribute potions. The drop rates for those items were despairingly low. But now, if I killed one, something would drop. 100%. I stood up and asked directly, "Are you certain it's effective?" Absolute drop rate has already taken effect. Please experience it with peace of mind, host. I laughed. This time, it wasn't because of revenge. It was because I had finally seen a real opportunity to overturn the Lee family. In my previous life, I had been alone, crawling for 10 years before I became a war god. In this life, I had 10 years of experience and a 100% drop rate. Lee family. I wiped the dagger clean and tucked it back into my clothes. You'd better stay alive for a few more days. Don't die too early. I quickly dealt with the scene, changed into the clean clothes from my backpack, and then left the warehouse as if nothing had happened. The sports field was still lively. Couples were kissing under the blood-red sky. Students were competing to take photos. Some people had even started live streaming. No one knew that the apocalypse had already entered its countdown. And even fewer people knew that Modi University's most sought-after campus bell would never appear again. I walked to the convenience store. Ma'am, 3 bottles of water and 5 loaves of bread. 28. I paid and stuffed everything into my backpack. Although I had absolute drop rate, before verifying it with my own hands, I wouldn't bet my life entirely on the system. That was the first rule the apocalypse had taught me. Always prepare a backup plan. After leaving the university, I cut straight across 2 streets and entered a secluded little motel. The owner lay in a rocking chair, not even opening his eyes. Stay. Hourly room. 1 hour, 40. I transferred 300 over. And call number 3 over. The owner immediately opened his eyes and sized me up from head to toe. New customer? Is there a problem? No problem. He chuckled and tossed over a key. 2nd floor, 209. Number 3 will be there soon. I took the key and turned to go upstairs. Behind me, the owner muttered quietly, his tone full of displeasure. I ignored him. I wasn't here to find a woman. I was here to seize the opening advantage. In my previous life, the number 3 technician here directly mutated after the apocalypse descended, becoming one of the earliest zombie leaders to appear nearby. She wasn't infected. Instead, when the game descended, she was directly transformed. This kind of zombie was powerful, but at the moment of transformation, there would be a brief stiffness. As long as I grasped those few seconds, I could secure the first kill after the apocalypse began. I might even obtain the first kill reward. After entering room 209, I immediately inspected the room. The door could be locked from the inside. There were anti-theft bars on the window. In the bathroom, there was a metal mop handle. The space was narrow, disadvantageous for a freshly transformed zombie, and advantageous for me. Good enough. I washed away the lingering smell of blood on my body, put my clothes back on, and pressed the dagger beneath the pillow. 6:55 p.m. 5 minutes left. The knock on the door sounded right on time. Knock, knock, knock. Hello, number 3 technician. I stared at the time on my phone. Come in. The door's unlocked. The door was pushed open. A heavily made-up woman in revealing clothes walked in with a cigarette between her lips. When she saw my face, her eyes lit up. Then, when she noticed that I was fully dressed, she immediately frowned. What's with you? Aren't you going to take your clothes off? Hurry up. I still have customers after this. I didn't move. 6:58 p.m. She walked over impatiently. Do you not understand human speech? I looked up at her. 2 more minutes. What 2 minutes? I locked the door, then casually drew the dagger from beneath the pillow. When she saw the knife, her expression instantly changed. What are you trying to do? I retreated to the most suitable position to strike, my eyes locked on her neck. Don't be nervous. I'm not here to kill you. 6:59 p.m. The blood-red color outside the window grew denser and denser. Yet the clamor on the street suddenly stopped. In the next second, the woman's body suddenly trembled. The cigarette in her mouth dropped to the ground. She raised her head, and her eyes had already begun turning bloodshot. I tightened my grip on the dagger and slowly lowered my body. To be precise, I'm waiting for you to turn into a zombie. The woman raised an eyebrow. Not only was she not afraid, she even laughed. Oh, you even brought a knife. Planning to try something new? She stepped to the side of the bed in her high heels, sat down heavily, and said indifferently, Fine. Since you're pretty good looking, Big Sister will cooperate with you this once. Tell me, how do you want to play? Go take a shower, I said, putting away the dagger. After you wash, you can leave. That's it. She looked at me suspiciously. The money won't be refunded. Suit yourself. I hadn't called her here for anything else in the first place. The moment she approached the room, I had smelled an extremely faint stench of decay. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to notice it. But after fighting zombies for an entire 10 years, I was far too familiar with that smell. Before the apocalypse game descended, people selected to be directly transformed into zombies would show certain signs in advance. Lowered body temperature, irritability, an extremely faint corpse stench emitting from their bodies. Now, I could already confirm it. She was the target I was looking for. Seriously sick. The woman muttered as she walked into the bathroom. You said it yourself. Once I'm done washing, I'm leaving. Soon, the sound of running water came from inside. I took out my phone. 18:59. The final minute. I stood up, took the clean dagger from my backpack, and silently walked to the bathroom door. The woman had her back to the door. Hearing movement, she said impatiently, I knew you weren't that honest. If you want to do something, hurry up. Don't waste my damn time. I did not answer. I only adjusted my breathing and fixed my gaze on the back of her neck. Beep, beep, beep. 7 o'clock sharp. The alarm on my phone rang abruptly. At the same instant, the woman's body froze in place. Her skin rapidly lost its color, turning a layer of deathly gray. Her shoulders and spine also began twisting at abnormal angles. It was here. Before she finished transforming, I had already stepped forward. The dagger cut through the cold stream of water and stabbed precisely into her neck. Roar. The roar had only squeezed halfway out of her throat before it stopped abruptly. I twisted my wrist, completely destroying her cervical vertebrae. A pitch-black word appeared above her head. Death. The corpse collapsed to the ground. I took half a step back and slowly exhaled. Success. In the next second, my vision was covered by a deep blue light. A massive game panel unfolded simultaneously before every survivor in the world. Welcome to the apocalypse game. Once this game has begun, it will develop on its own. No force can interfere with it. The apocalypse has descended. Currently, 80% of humanity in this world has been transformed into zombies. The remaining 20% of lucky individuals will receive player status. Players, please strive to survive. After death, you will not receive a second chance. The following are the basic game rules for the current stage. Rule 1. Killing zombies and zombie animals grants experience and allows you to increase your level. After leveling up, players will receive free attribute points. Rule 2. Killing zombie-type creatures has a low probability of dropping equipment, items, skills, and survival supplies. Rule 3. Game items are divided from low to high into bronze, silver, gold, diamond, epic, legendary, and mythic grades. Higher grades are temporarily unavailable. Rule 4. Hidden opportunities have been placed all over the world. Players, please explore them on your own. Rule 5. original firearms, artillery shells, nuclear weapons, and the vast majority of modern technological products cannot cause effective damage to game creatures. Vehicles are likewise restricted. Rule 6. All long-distance communication functions have been blocked. Players may still use the offline functions of electronic devices. Rule 7. Zombies have sharp hearing, poor eyesight, and stronger perception of moving targets. Rule 8. After players are scratched or bitten by zombies, they will become infected. Zombie blood itself does not have an infectious effect. Rule 9. During nighttime, the basic attributes of zombies and zombie animals will increase. Rule 10. The first 7 days after the game begins are the beginner protection period. The overall strength of current zombies is relatively weak. Players, please seize the opportunity. More rules will unlock after the beginner protection period ends. Please remember, the Apocalypse game is filled with unknowns and possibilities. May all players enjoy the game. I quickly skimmed through the announcement and, after confirming that the rules were completely identical to those of my previous life, closed it directly. A new panel then popped up. Player identity loading. Identity loaded successfully. Welcome, player Lin Ziluo, to the Apocalypse game. Would you like to set a game nickname? Yes. I did not hesitate at all. Set nickname as Yazzie. Yazzie, one of the 9 sons of the dragon. Fierce by nature, fond of killing and fighting. And I chose this name because of another saying. A favor of a single meal must be repaid. A grudge as small as Yazzie's must be avenged. Li Haobua, the Li family, and everyone who participated in hunting me down in my previous life. I have returned. This time, every debt you owe me, I will personally collect. Checking nickname. Nickname, Yazzie, is not currently duplicated and may be used. Player Lin Ziluo has successfully set game nickname as Yazzie. Character creation complete. Personal attribute panel loaded successfully. With a thought, the panel immediately unfolded before my eyes. Player, Yazzie. Title, none. Level, level 1. Experience, 0 to 1. Reputation, 0. Gold coins, 0. Storage space, 0.1 cubic meters. Strength, 11. Spirit, 15. Constitution, 10. Agility, 13. Talent, all-round mastery. Skills, none. Equipment, none. Quests, none. My gaze landed on the talent column. All-round mastery. Grade, epic. Effect. The player has mastered multiple combat techniques and can proficiently use various basic combat abilities. An epic grade talent. In my previous life, when I first entered the game, my 4 basic attributes had been almost all around 10 points, and I didn't have any initial talent at all. In this life, my spirit and agility were clearly a cut above ordinary people. It was probably because after my rebirth, I had retained 10 years of combat experience and reaction awareness. As for all-round mastery, this should be a special talent formed after the game system integrated the saber techniques, spear techniques, hand-to-hand combat, tracking, traps, and other abilities I had mastered in my previous life. Excellent. But this still wasn't the greatest gain. The real reason I timed my attack to the very first second of the Apocalypse's descent was only one thing: to seize the global first kill. As if responding to my thoughts, system notifications rang out one after another. Congratulations, player Yazzie, for killing a level 1 ordinary zombie. Obtained 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. Current level up condition has been met. Congratulations, player Yazzie, for rising to level 2. Obtained 1 free attribute point. It still wasn't over. After a brief pause, an even more dazzling golden light exploded before my eyes. Congratulations, player Yazzie, for becoming the first player in the Apocalypse game to kill a zombie. Obtained global unique achievement, First Blood. World announcement will now be issued. I abruptly clenched my fist. Success. In my previous life, even after I became a level 90 war god, I had never once triggered a world announcement. Any achievement that could be heard by the entire world at the same time meant a uniquely terrifying reward. And in this life, in the very first second after the Apocalypse descended, I had seized the first world announcement. A grand voice suddenly resounded throughout heaven and earth. It seemed to come from the far end of the blood-red sky, and yet it also seemed to appear directly in the mind of every survivor. Whether they were studying the game panel or fleeing in panic, as long as they were still conscious, they could clearly hear this voice. World announcement. Congratulations to player Yazzie for becoming the first player in the Apocalypse game to kill a zombie, bravely taking the first step in humanity's counterattack. Player Yazzie has obtained the global unique achievement, First Blood. Other players, please continue to work hard. The announcement played 3 times in a row. At this moment, the entire world remembered one name. Yazzie. Inside a certain residential building, a man was still hiding beneath his bed. After hearing the announcement, his face went blank. I haven't even clearly seen what a zombie looks like, and someone has already completed the first kill. On the street, a survivor was fleeing desperately. After hearing the announcement, he couldn't help cursing loudly. I don't care who he is. Can someone come save me first? Behind him, 3 zombies were madly chasing after the sound. Inside a villa, a tall man put down a baseball bat stained with black blood. At his feet lay a zombie whose head had already been smashed apart. Yazzie. He narrowed his eyes. Someone was actually faster than me. Some people didn't take the announcement seriously at all. A young man had just taken off his headphones and pushed open his door with an annoyed expression. Who's playing a broadcast outside? In the next second, a zombie pounced out from the side. The scream lasted only a few seconds before disappearing completely. The apocalypse would not stop because of anyone's ignorance. And at this moment, I was checking the rewards brought by the world announcement. Congratulations, player Yazzie, for triggering the first world announcement. Obtained 1,000 reputation points. Obtained 1,000 gold coins. Obtained 3 free attribute points. Storage space capacity increased by 1 cubic meter. Generous. Even though I had been mentally prepared, my heartbeat still sped up slightly. Reputation had extremely broad uses. Certain special equipment and items required a specified amount of reputation before they could be used. Hidden shops would also provide discounts according to a player's reputation and even open special goods that ordinary people could not see. Gold coins were the universal currency in the Apocalypse game. Once the game shops in the city opened, whether it was equipment, items, food, or drinking water, everything required gold coins to purchase, especially supply cards. For ordinary players, those were practically the most stable guarantee of survival. As for the 3 free attribute points, they were equivalent to letting me directly gain 3 extra levels at the starting line. My storage space had also expanded from 0.1 cubic meters to 1.1 cubic meters, enough to hold most supplies at the current stage. Next, I opened the unique achievement I had just obtained. First Blood. Type: Global Unique Title. Acquisition condition: become the first player in the Apocalypse game to kill a zombie. Title attributes: Strength, Spirit, Constitution, and Agility each increase by 1 point. Special effect: the damage dealt by the first attack each day increases by 100%. This effect refreshes at midnight every day. My eyes lit up. All attributes increasing by 1 was equivalent to obtaining 4 basic attribute points out of thin air. The first attack each day dealing double damage could even be used to ambush powerful enemies, or even complete a higher level kill at a critical moment. Equip title. Title First Blood equipped successfully. A warm current instantly poured into my body. My muscles, bones, senses, and thoughts were strengthened at the same time. Strength, 12. Spirit, 16. Constitution, 11. Agility, 14. If I included equipment and the attributes obtained from leveling up, my current basic panel had already far surpassed that of ordinary players. I rolled my shoulders and looked down at the zombie corpse in the bathroom. A faint green glow entered my eyes. There was something. I had almost forgotten that I still possessed a super golden finger, absolute drop rate. When ordinary players killed zombies, the total drop rate was only 1%. But for me, it was 100%. Ding! Please use your golden finger reasonably, host, and do not ignore this system's existence. The system seemed somewhat dissatisfied that I had forgotten about it. Sorry. I bent down, picked up the necklace emitting a faint green glow, and rinsed the blood off it with water. The equipment attributes appeared immediately. Meditation necklace. Grade, bronze. Spirit increases by 1 point. Spirit recovery speed increases by 10%. It was only an ordinary bronze piece of equipment. But at the initial stage when the apocalypse game had just descended, any piece of equipment was enough to give a player a massive advantage. Not to mention, this one had been practically free. I put the necklace on directly. Meditation necklace, equipped successfully. Warm reminder, among accessories of the same type, only one equipped item can take effect. My spirit attribute rose again, reaching 17 points. Although it could not compare to the 3 epic-grade accessories I had possessed in my previous life, I was not in a hurry. I still remembered the locations where those pieces of equipment appeared, the methods to obtain them, and the related quests. The things that belonged to me in my previous life would still belong to me in this one. As for the opportunities that did not belong to me in my previous life, now, I could seize those too. I glanced at my current free attribute points. 1 from leveling up, 3 from the world announcement reward, 4 in total, but I did not allocate them for now. There were many powerful hidden classes in the Apocalypse game, and different classes emphasized completely different attributes. In my previous life, I had no choice and could only struggle along the route of an ordinary warrior. In this life, many terrifying hidden classes had yet to be inherited by anyone. I could completely replan my development path. My current attributes were already enough to deal with ordinary zombies, so there was no need to rush into making a decision. I put away the dagger and left room 209. The game descended at 7 in the evening, and according to the Apocalypse game's rules, the period from 8 at night to 6 the next morning counted as nighttime. After night fell, the basic attributes of zombies and zombie animals would increase by at least 50%. In other words, I had less than 1 hour of safe development time. I had to hunt as many zombies as possible, then find a safe place before 8 o'clock. This was one of the most sinister aspects of the Apocalypse game. It only gave survivors 1 hour to become familiar with the rules. 1 hour later, zombies would receive a massive enhancement. In my previous life, countless people died on that first night because of this. I arrived in the second-floor corridor. It was extremely narrow here, with enough room for at most 2 people to walk side by side. There were 10 rooms on the entire floor. I first walked toward room 210 at the innermost end. The moment my foot stepped on the old wooden floor, it let out an ear-piercing creak. Before I even reached the door, a low growl came from inside the room. Roar. After that came messy and heavy footsteps. There really was a zombie inside, and it had already been startled by my footsteps. The soundproofing in this motel was outrageously poor. But for me, it actually saved the time needed to search for targets. I tightened my grip on the dagger and stabbed fiercely at the door lock. The rusty lock had not been sturdy to begin with, and after 2 consecutive strikes, it was completely damaged. I pressed myself sideways against the wall and yanked the door open. A burly black shadow immediately lunged out. It was a male zombie wearing a white tank top. Its skin had already turned black, and both arms were muscular. Before death, it had probably been someone who engaged in physical labor for a long time. I focused my attention and checked its attributes. Ordinary zombie. Level 1. Strength, 12. Spirit, 5. Constitution, 13. Agility, 9. Its strength and constitution were considerably higher than those of an ordinary zombie. However, its speed and reactions were too slow. It was nothing to fear. I did not retreat. Instead, I took the initiative to meet it head-on. The zombie swung its palm, tipped with sharp nails, straight toward my face. Simple movements. No technique whatsoever. I ducked under it, then suddenly exerted force beneath my feet, instantly closing in against its body. A dense stench of decay rushed into my face. My expression remained unchanged as I stabbed the dagger diagonally into its throat. But the blade got stuck between its neck bones. It did not complete the fatal kill. The zombie opened its mouth, full of filthy blood, and bit toward my face. I did not panic. My right hand suddenly twisted the dagger. Crack. Its neck bone snapped. Death. Congratulations, player Yazzie, for killing a level 1 ordinary zombie. Obtained 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. The corpse crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a large cloud of dust. I frowned. My performance still wasn't good enough. If I had been at the peak of my previous life, a zombie of this level would never have forced me to strike a second time. Although this body was young, it had not yet fully adapted to my combat instincts. I needed to readjust through real battles as soon as possible. I kicked the corpse aside, and a faintly glowing card dropped out. Sure enough, something had dropped again. Medium rare sirloin steak. Type, supply card. After use, obtain 1 medium rare sirloin steak in its optimal edible state. The steak is made from high-quality beef sirloin and paired with a special sauce. It can replenish a certain amount of stamina for the eater. A food card. It wasn't precious to me, but at the current stage, it was a treasure that countless survivors could only dream of obtaining. After the game shops opened, a supply card of this quality would sell for around 100 gold coins. I placed the card into my storage space and continued checking the room. Very soon, I found a canvas tool bag in the corner. Inside were a wrench, pliers, a screwdriver, and a heavy claw hammer. It seemed this zombie had been a repairman before death. I put the other tools into my storage space and held the claw hammer in my left hand. The dagger's attack range was too short. Although the claw hammer was only an ordinary item without attribute bonuses, it could give me another mid-range attack method. I left room 210. The emergency exit at the end of the corridor had been completely sealed off by a large iron door, so I only needed to clear the rooms one by one. 208. No one. 207. Still no one. I was a little disappointed. This motel is so big. Why are there so few zombies? The moment I finished speaking, 2 roars came from room 206. 2 of them. My eyes lit up. Finally, some action. I quickly arrived before the door, swung the claw hammer to smash the lock, then kicked the door open. Open up. Anti-vice raid. Everybody squat down. The 2 zombies turned their heads at the same time. If they still retained human consciousness, they would probably be confused right now. They had already turned into zombies, so how could someone still be here for an anti-vice raid? The room was a complete mess, and the 2 zombies were barely covered. I glanced over and immediately understood. This was originally a small motel operating a shady business. Before the apocalypse descended, they had clearly been doing certain things. After being interrupted by me, the 2 zombies let out angry roars at the same time. The male zombie pounced first. Its attributes were very ordinary. Its strength and constitution were even 2 points lower than the repairman's just now. No wonder your body is so weak. I casually mocked it. The male zombie seemed to understand and opened its mouth to roar at me. Roar! It waved both hands, trying to knock me down. I stepped back with my left foot, exerted force from my waist, and the claw hammer in my hand traced an arc before smashing fiercely into its temple. Bang! Its skull caved in instantly. The zombie lost its balance and toppled to the side. I did not give it a chance to struggle. The dagger in my right hand followed immediately, piercing precisely into its neck. The blade twisted. Its cervical vertebrae snapped. Death. Congratulations, player Yazzie, for killing a level 1 ordinary zombie. Obtain 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. At the same moment the male zombie fell, the other female zombie had already pounced from the bedside. I pulled out the dagger and turned sideways, avoiding its hands. The claw hammer rose from below and slammed heavily into its chin. Crack! Its head was smashed upward, and its entire body briefly lost balance. Chance! I stepped forward, and the dagger swept horizontally. Black blood splattered. Death! Congratulations, player Yazzie, for killing a level 1 ordinary zombie. Obtain 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. The 2 corpses fell one after another. From the moment I kicked open the door to the end of the battle, the entire process took less than 5 seconds. I flicked the black blood off the dagger and looked down. 2 clusters of different colored light were slowly appearing beside the corpses. 100% drop rate. Not a single one missed. I smiled. This was only the beginning. 2 clusters of cyan light quietly hovered beside the corpses. Judging from the color, they should both be bronze-grade items. I bent down and picked them up, only to discover that they were 2 identical small black cylinders. Eye of Surveillance. Grade, bronze. Type, one-time scouting item. Effect, after use, monitors the surrounding 10-meter radius. If another creature enters the monitored area, it will immediately alert the user. Duration, 10 hours. It was actually the Eye of Surveillance. My gaze narrowed slightly. To the me of my previous life, this thing absolutely counted as a life-saving treasure. When I was being hunted by the people sent by the Li family and Yao Jinghan, I often didn't dare close my eyes for several days straight. Only when I truly couldn't hold on anymore would I take out a high-level eye of surveillance and find a place to briefly rest. With it guarding me, I could sleep at ease. Unfortunately, the production rate of the eye of surveillance was very low, while its uses were extremely broad. Most people who obtained one would keep it for themselves, so very few were sold on the market. In my previous life, I only bored to use one during the most dangerous moments. Now, however, the apocalypse had only just begun, and I already had two of them on me. Although they were only bronze grade, they were already enough for me to indulge extravagantly once. I'll use one tonight. I made the decision with great confidence. This was probably what people called revenge, spending after suddenly becoming rich. Just then, a series of heavy footsteps suddenly came from the direction of the stairs. Thud, thud, thud. Immediately after, a cursing voice came from downstairs. Who is it? Who's making such a racket upstairs? If you're going to play, then play properly. If you smash anything else, I'll make you pay for it. I walked out of room 206 and looked toward the staircase. A pot-bellied middle-aged man was walking upstairs with an angry expression. The motel owner. This guy had been sleeping too deeply just now. Not only had he missed the world announcement, even the game panel that appeared before his eyes had been treated as a hallucination from just waking up and casually closed. He arrived on the second floor and immediately saw me. It was you, you little bastard. The motel owner started cursing the moment he opened his mouth. You barely have any money, yet you're making such a big fuss. If you don't kneel down and call me grandpa today, don't even think about walking out of this place. As he spoke, he looked me up and down a few more times, revealing a malicious smile. You look pretty fair and clean. Your mom probably isn't too bad either, right? Call your mom over to work here. Maybe I'll consider letting you off. I sighed softly. Since I was in a good mood today, I originally hadn't planned to bother with him. Unfortunately, he just had to court death. Holding the dagger, I slowly walked toward the motel owner. At first, his face was still full of ferocity, and he raised his fist as if he wanted to smash it toward my head. But when I truly approached him, the anger on his face suddenly froze. The hand he had raised also lowered little by little. An invisible sense of oppression enveloped him. It was not suppression brought by attributes. It was killing intent. In 10 years of apocalypse survival, the number of people and zombies I had personally killed had long since become impossible to calculate. Normally, I hid this killing intent very well. But once I truly developed murderous intent, even leaking out only an extremely tiny portion of it was enough to make an ordinary person feel suffocated. The motel owner's face turned deathly pale, and he instinctively wanted to retreat. But his legs kept trembling and did not obey him at all. He wanted to beg for mercy, but only broken gasps could squeeze out of his throat. I arrived before him and looked calmly into his eyes. The blade flashed. The sound stopped abruptly. The corpse fell heavily onto the corridor. I shook the blood from the dagger, my expression not changing in the slightest. In my previous life, I had never been someone who liked reasoning with others. Nor was the apocalypse a place for reason, whether it was treating human life like weeds or slaughtering the innocent. As long as one possessed sufficient strength, there would naturally be people who would find grand and righteous reasons for you. In my previous life, how many people had I killed? Even I myself couldn't remember. I only knew that anyone who wanted to kill me would be sent on their way by me first. Yet after I became a war god, those people still promoted me as the so-called guardian god of Long Country. How laughable. I could not be bothered to look at the corpse on the ground again. If not for the transformation time being too long, I would even have wanted to let this guy get bitten by a zombie first, then kill him after he completed his transformation. That way, I could get one more drop. Unfortunately, after ordinary players were bitten by zombies, it usually took around an hour for them to fully zombify. With that much time, who knew how many more zombies I could kill? I arrived before room 205 and knocked on the door. Hello, here to unclog the sewer. There was no movement inside. I smashed the lock and went in to take a look. No one. Room 204 was the same. Room 203 was still empty. For such a big motel, business is a little too poor. I was somewhat depressed. Finally, when I arrived at the door of room 202, a familiar low growl came from inside. Roar. Hearing this sound, I actually felt a sense of intimacy, as if I had reunited with an old friend. Finally, another zombie. I kicked the door open. The zombie inside had only just turned around when my dagger had already pierced through its neck. Death. Congratulations, player Yazzie, for killing a level 1 ordinary zombie. Obtained 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. This old friend was also very polite. After falling, it left me a supply card. Feitian Matai. Type, supply card. After use, obtain 1 unopened bottle of Feitian Matai. Not bad. I gave a thumbs up toward the decapitated zombie. You're a friend I'm definitely making. After checking room 202, I went to room 201. Still no one. At this point, the entire second floor of the motel had been completely cleared by me. I rolled my shoulders. I would stay here tonight. As for the corpses and bloodstains in the corridor, I did not care about them at all. When I was fleeing in my previous life, I had even slept among piles of corpses. Covering myself with zombie corpses could not only keep me warm in cold weather, but also use the corpse stench to conceal my own scent and avoid tracking. Other than the smell being a little unpleasant, there were almost no other drawbacks. There was another important reason I chose this motel as my temporary base. The space here was narrow and the environment enclosed. Even if a large number of zombies gathered outside, they could not rush in at the same time. With just this long, narrow corridor, I could make them come one after another to their deaths, greatly reducing the risk of being surrounded. Unfortunately, there were too few zombies in the motel. So far, I had only obtained 4 experience points in total. To rise from level 2 to level 3, I needed 10 experience points. I was still short by 6 points. I glanced at my phone. 1940. Only 20 minutes remained before night descended. I must reach level 3 before 8 o'clock. Zombies at night would receive at least a 50% boost to their basic attributes. Gaining 1 more level now would increase my chances of surviving by another margin. I no longer wasted time and quickly ran toward the first floor. When I arrived before the familiar front desk, I suddenly remembered something. Since this place had a number 3 technician, that meant there should be at least 3 women in the motel. So far, I had only seen 2. Where was the last one? I picked up the claw hammer and knocked rhythmically on the front desk. Thud, thud, thud. The sound echoed through the dim first floor. Not long after, a faint movement really came from behind the curtain behind the front desk. I circled into the front desk and yanked the curtain open. Yet there was nothing inside. No. I held my breath and carefully distinguished the direction of the sound. The rustling sound was extremely faint, as if it came from beneath my feet. My gaze slowly moved downward and finally locked onto an inconspicuous wooden plank on the floor. Hiding this deep, I lifted the wooden plank. A wooden ladder extending downward appeared before my eyes. There was actually a basement underneath. I leaned forward and looked down. The basement was not deep, but the lighting was extremely dim. 2 zombies were squeezed below the wooden ladder, baring their fangs and claws as they tried to climb upward. But the wooden ladder was too steep. With the balance ability of low-level zombies, they simply could not climb up. You 2 really know how to hide. I flipped into the opening and jumped down. The 2 zombies immediately raised their heads, opened their mouths, and waited for the food to deliver itself to their door. During the fall, I rapidly adjusted my body. Both of my feet kicked out at the same time, landing separately on the heads of the 2 zombies. Bang! The huge impact knocked them both down at once. I also used the Fanjoyong Li to offset the force of my fall, landing steadily on the ground. The dagger in my right hand stabbed out instantly, piercing through the neck of the first zombie. Death. The claw hammer in my left hand swung up, smashing the other zombie that had just crawled back up down to the ground again. I pulled out the dagger and followed the momentum by stabbing toward the back of its neck. This time, the blade clearly met great resistance. I exerted strength through my arm and forcibly pressed the blade in. Squelch. Death. Congratulations, player Yazzie, for killing a level 1 ordinary zombie. Obtained 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. Congratulations, player Yazzie, for killing a level 1 ordinary zombie. Obtained 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. I exhaled softly. 2 zombies, 2 experience points obtained. Only after pulling out the dagger did I discover that its edge had already curled badly, and the blade had become extremely dull. No wonder that last stab had been so difficult. This was only an ordinary dagger. After killing so many zombies in succession, it had already been decent quality to last until now. I casually tossed the dagger aside. You'd better drop me a weapon that feels good to use. Of course I could kill zombies barehanded. It would just be much less efficient, and the risk of infection would also increase significantly. I moved the two corpses aside. In the next instant, a card and a long blade emitting cyan light entered my sight. It really dropped. My eyes lit up. It seemed my mouth had indeed been blessed. I first picked up the supply card. 2 fragrant steamed buns. Type, supply card. After activation, obtain 2 fresh steamed buns at a suitable temperature. Not bad. When I ate steak tonight, I could add 2 steamed buns. I put the card into my storage space, then picked up the long blade with anticipation. Tang Hung Dao. Grade, bronze. Type, weapon. Length, approximately 70 centimeters. Strength increases by 1 point. Armor piercing. When attacking, ignore 10% of the target's defense. Self-repair. After leaving combat, slowly restores damage sustained by the blade. A Tang Hung Dao. No wonder it looked so familiar. This was a distinctive, standard weapon of the Long Country region. The Apocalypse game would release different types of equipment according to the cultures of different countries and regions. Common weapons in Long Country included Tang sabers, Modeo, Guandao, and similar weapons. In the Island Nation region, equipment such as Tachi and Naginata appeared more easily. By the middle and late stages of the game, these standard weapons could be purchased directly from shops, so they were not considered rare. But right now, it was the first day after the apocalypse descended. A bronze-grade Tang Hung Dao was already enough to raise my combat power by an entire level. More importantly, its attack range far exceeded that of a dagger. I finally no longer needed to get right in front of zombies and risk being scratched in close combat. After placing the Tang Hung Dao into my storage space, I climbed back up the ladder and returned to the first floor. The time on my phone had already reached 7:50 p.m. 10 minutes left. I still needed 4 more zombies to reach level 3. The interior of the motel had already been completely cleared. I could only set my target on the street. I pushed open the motel door and carefully observed the surroundings. This road was secluded. Otherwise, no one would choose to run this kind of motel here. There were 6 zombies wandering aimlessly nearby. Farther away, at the intersection, 7 or 8 zombies had gathered. I lightly stomped my foot, then whistled. Whoosh. The sound wasn't loud, but it was just enough to reach the nearby area. After dealing with zombies for 10 years, I had long since mastered the technique of controlling volume. What level of sound could attract zombies from how far away? I knew it all clearly. Sure enough, the 6 nearby zombies turned their heads at the same time and followed the sound toward the motel. But the group at the intersection showed no reaction. Just right. I took the Tang Hung Dao out of my storage space, slowly retreated, and re-entered the motel. This was not fear. It was because the motel's narrow entrance was naturally terrain suitable for battle. If I fought 6 zombies directly on the street, I was also confident that I could deal with them all. But accidents were inevitable in battle. If some zombie suddenly pounced from a blind spot, even if the probability was extremely low, there was still a chance I could be injured. My personality determined that I would not gamble with my life on such probabilities. Soon, the 6 zombies arrived before the door. The 2 at the very front tried to squeeze in at the same time. In the end, neither was willing to give way. Their shoulders were firmly stuck on both sides of the doorframe, and neither could enter. The zombies behind them kept pushing, but it only made them get stuck even tighter. Looking at this scene, I couldn't help holding my forehead. I overestimated your intelligence. On the first day the apocalypse descended in my previous life, I had still been hiding inside the dormitory and had not personally seen zombies in their initial stage. By the time I came out on the second day, a batch of zombies had already risen to level 2, and their movement ability and intelligence had both improved. Naturally, they would not be stupid to this extent. I arrived before the door and very thoughtfully helped them end their dispute. The Tang Hung Dao slashed horizontally. A cyan blade light flashed and vanished. 2 heads flew up at the same time. Death! Death! I withdrew the blade and looked at its edge. There was actually not a single drop of blood on it, and the edge had not suffered any damage at all. Good blade. Even equipment of the same grade and same name could have differences because of forging quality. Without question, this Tang Hung Dao in my hand belonged to the highest quality among bronze-grade standard weapons. A good blade naturally deserved good blade techniques. I was just preparing to use the saber techniques I had learned in my previous life when my feet were blocked by the two headless corpses. I kicked them aside, making room for the zombies behind them. Then, the two zombies behind them impatiently pounced over and got stuck in the middle of the doorframe together again. I fell silent for 2 seconds. The four of you were family before death, weren't you? Although I was speechless, the movements of my hands did not hesitate in the slightest. The blade slashed horizontally again. Another two heads rolled to the ground. Four heads were lined up neatly by my feet, looking inexplicably ridiculous. Congratulations, player Yazzie, for killing a level 1 ordinary zombie. Obtained 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. Current level up condition has been met. Congratulations, player Yazzie, for rising to level 3. Obtained 1 free attribute point. Player Yazzie needs 30 more experience points before the next level. Level up successful. I now had 5 unallocated free attribute points. However, there was still no hurry to add them. I once again kicked away the headless corpses blocking the entrance. The fifth zombie surprisingly did not continue squeezing through the door with its companion, but rushed in alone. Seeing it pass through the doorway smoothly, I almost felt moved to tears. Not easy. At last, one with a tiny bit of intelligence has arrived. To show my respect for this clever opponent, I decided to let it die with dignity. The Tang Hung Dao spun out a beautiful arc in my hand. Facing the zombie's clawing hands, I turned sideways and dodged, the blade following the motion to chop into its arm. The long blade pressed downward along the direction of the arm's fall. Immediately after, my wrist flipped. The blade suddenly rose from below, sweeping across the zombie's chin. Squelch! Its entire face was split in half from the middle. Death! The zombie's body fell backward. A faintly glowing book also dropped from its body. My pupils shrank. This was a skill book. The drop rate of skill books was extremely low. Even with absolute drop rate, I had not expected that I would obtain such a precious item on the very first day of the apocalypse. I subconsciously looked at it for an extra moment. And in that brief instant of distraction, the zombie corpse that had not yet fully fallen seemed to be pushed by some tremendous force and suddenly smashed toward me. My gaze instantly returned. My body pressed close to the wall, and I dodged sideways. Boom! The corpse crashed into the spot where I had just been standing. Immediately after, the sixth zombie charged into the motel from outside. Its eyes were rapidly shifting from grayish-white to crimson, and its face was becoming increasingly ferocious. I glanced at the time. 8 o'clock sharp. Night had already descended. A zombie's basic attributes would continue increasing within 1 minute until reaching the peak of the nighttime enhancement. I had to end this quickly. I immediately checked its panel. Ordinary zombie. Level 1. Strength, 15. Spirit, 10. Constitution, 16. Agility, 15. Merely in the early stage of enhancement, this zombie's attributes had already surpassed mine in multiple aspects. And as time passed, it would become even stronger. My expression gradually turned serious, but there was not the slightest fear. Attributes were only data. When the gap in attributes between both sides was not large, combat technique, mental state, environmental use, and on-the-spot reactions were the real keys that determined victory. I tightened my grip on the Tang Hung Dao and took the initiative to charge forward. The zombie's eyes grew increasingly crimson as it roared and swung its claws. I turned sideways to avoid the frontal attack. The Tang Hung Dao slashed down diagonally, striking fiercely into its neck. Clang! The blade cut through flesh, but was caught by the hard neck bone. It was not dead. The nighttime enhancement had greatly increased its constitution, and this slash had failed to cut directly through its neck. After being injured, the zombie became even more frenzied. Both claws stabbed toward my chest at the same time. I decisively released the blade handle and retreated 2 steps. Immediately after, I took out the claw hammer from my storage space and threw it forcefully. The narrow entrance restricted the zombie's dodging space. It could only watch helplessly as the claw hammer came smashing toward its face. Bang! The hammerhead struck its face dead on. Its nose bridge, eye sockets, and mouth caved in at the same time, and black blood sprayed out. The zombie's body swayed backward, and its movements paused briefly. Chance! I quickly stepped forward, caught the claw hammer sliding down from its face, and at the same time gripped the Tang Hung Dao stuck in its neck. Then I yanked hard. Squelch. Blood sprayed from the wound. After sustaining heavy injuries to its shoulder, neck, and face one after another, this zombie still had not fallen. Instead, it lunged toward me even more madly. I threw away the claw hammer and gripped the blade with both hands. My heart was as still as water. In my vision, only the wound on the zombie's neck remained. One step. Turn sideways. Twist the waist. Swing the blade. The Tang Hung Dao drew a stunning arc. The angle was tricky, and the speed was swift. The strength of my entire body passed through my waist, shoulders, and arms before finally converging on the blade's edge. The blade light flashed past the zombie's neck. Strike. Withdraw. Death. I turned sideways and moved away. The headless corpse continued charging forward several steps due to inertia before finally crashing to the ground. At this point, all 6 zombies on the street were dead. I slowly exhaled and rubbed my slightly sore arm. During the final stage of the battle just now, that zombie's strength had already approached 20 points. The reason I could emerge unscathed from a frontal clash was entirely because of the precise control over power and force techniques I had gained in my previous life. 8 o'clock had passed. The zombies outside had all received the nighttime enhancement. The battle just now had also caused quite a bit of noise. If I continued staying on the first floor, I might very likely attract even more zombies. I immediately dragged the corpses and piled them toward the entrance. 1 corpse, 2 corpses, 3 corpses, 6 zombie corpses stacked together just happened to completely block the motel entrance. As long as a large number of zombies did not charge at the same time, they should not be able to break through this human flesh barricade in the short term. Only then did I relax slightly. The light above the front desk flickered dimly. It was clearly not a good place to inspect my spoils. I casually kicked aside the 6 heads on the ground, picked up all the items dropped by the zombies, then turned and walked toward the second floor. The old floorboards creaked underfoot. When I passed the motel owner's corpse, I didn't even glance at it. After arriving at the center of the corridor, I took out an eye of surveillance and placed it on the ground. Use. Green light lit up on the surface of the cylinder. A semi-transparent barrier that only I could see rapidly spread outward, finally covering the surrounding 10-meter radius completely. As long as a person, zombie, or other creature entered the range, the barrier would immediately turn red and issue a warning to me. Even if I were in deep sleep, I would be awakened instantly. What a waste. I sighed aloud, but my heart felt extremely satisfied. The life-saving item I could not bear to use in my previous life was now being used on the very first day of the apocalypse. There was only one word for this feeling. Refreshing. I entered room 203. When I searched the second floor earlier, I had already discovered that this room was the cleanest, and its decoration and facilities were clearly better than the other rooms. It was probably the so-called VIP room of this small motel. I would rest here tonight. I placed all the spoils on the table, but did not immediately inspect them. Instead, I walked into the bathroom first. Before opening treasures, of course one had to bathe and change clothes. Although this process sounded somewhat superstitious, in my previous life, when my luck had been terrible, I really had used it to open a few good things. After comfortably taking a shower, I changed into the final clean outfit from my backpack and impatiently sat down before the table. The skill book was placed separately to one side. The truly good item naturally had to be saved for last. I first checked the other 5 items. The first card was Jingdu roast duck. Type, supply card. After use, obtain 1 serving of Jingdu roast duck that has already been sliced, along with thin pancakes, sauce, and side dishes. Very good. Tonight, besides steak and steamed buns, I could add another dish of roast duck. The second card was 1 L Farmer 3 punches mineral water. Food and drinking water were both covered now. The third item, eye of surveillance. The fourth item, still eye of surveillance. I looked at the 2 black cylinders on the table and fell into brief silence. A precious item I couldn't even buy in my previous life. Why did it seem like wholesale goods in this life? Counting everything so far, I had already obtained 4 of them. I don't understand, but it doesn't matter, as long as I profit. There was no such thing as having too many life-saving items. The 5th item was a ring emitting faint cyan light. I remembered that it had been dropped by the final zombie that received nighttime enhancement. Ring of Nightfall. Grade, bronze. Agility increases by 1 point. Nightfall. When worn at night, one's sense of presence decreases by 30%. Good stuff. My eyes lit up. Lowering my sense of presence did not mean invisibility, but it could weaken an enemy's attention toward me. Whether for stealth, ambushes, or retreat, it could play an enormous role, especially for the operation the night after tomorrow. With the Ring of Nightfall, my confidence could increase by at least another 20%. I decisively put the ring on my finger. Ring of Nightfall equipped successfully. Agility increased by 1 point. After dealing with the other spoils, I finally placed my gaze on that skill book. Next was the real main event. I pressed my hands together and took a deep breath. Jade Emperor, Tathagata Buddha, God, Allah. No matter which God is listening, please bless me. My request isn't high. Just give me a good skill that I can use. The incomparably precious skill book was right before me. If someone asked me just how low the drop rate of skill books was in the Apocalypse game, I could only give 4 words. Almost infinitesimal. So low that it was nearly impossible to calculate. As for why there was such a terrifyingly low drop rate, one had to mention the Apocalypse game's rules regarding skills. First, there was no limit to the number of skills each person could master. At first glance, this seemed like a nearly loophole-like setting. In theory, as long as a player possessed enough skill books, any player could master hundreds or even thousands of skills. But once you truly understood the drop rate of skill books, you would discover that this so-called no limit was actually meaningless, because you simply couldn't obtain that many skill books. Even if your luck defied the heavens and you successfully dropped one skill book, it might not necessarily suit your own class. A warrior dropping a spell, a mage dropping a melee skill. Such situations were not uncommon. The terrifying scarcity of skill books determined that the overwhelming majority of players would never master more than a few extra skills in their entire lives. From level 10 to level 80, players had a total of 3 chances to obtain random skills from their own class. Each time, they could randomly obtain 1 to 2 skills. In other words, if one's luck was bad enough and all 3 chances only gave 1 skill each, then by the time a player reached level 80, they would only have mastered 3 class skills. Aside from that, the only path to obtaining new skills was skill books. In my memory, even in the later stages of the Apocalypse, when most players had reached level 60 or 70, the skills they possessed were still only the few class skills they had obtained during class advancement. That was how shabby it was. That was how pitiful it was. In my previous life, there was one person called the Skill Dharma God. He possessed the greatest number of skills in the world, a full 25. Just based on that alone, he was enough to stand at the pinnacle of the world. As for me, I had mastered a total of 10 skills in my previous life. That number already surpassed 99% of players in the world. From this, one could see exactly how precious the skill book before me was. I rubbed my hands together and carefully opened the ancient-looking book. Cyan light bloomed from between the pages. Lines of skill information appeared before my eyes. Whirling slash. Category: Warrior type skill. Skill effect: spin and throw the weapon in your hand, dealing damage equal to 120% of your strength attribute to enemies hit. After the weapon hits an enemy or reaches its maximum flight distance, it will automatically return along its original path. During the return process, if it hits an enemy again, it will deal damage equal to 80% of your strength attribute. Note: if the weapon's return path is blocked by an obstacle, it will be unable to return smoothly to the user's hand. Beautiful. I couldn't help clenching my fist. It had actually opened into a warrior-type skill suitable for me. Moreover, this skill had multiple traits at once: ranged attack, weapon throwing, automatic retrieval, and second-stage damage. Just looking at its effects, I knew that its value far exceeded ordinary skills. If operated properly, not only could it kill enemies from afar, but it could also use the second-stage damage from the weapon's return to launch a sneak attack. The only problem was that this type of skill generally did not have a short cooldown. With my current spirit attribute, I probably couldn't use it frequently. Once my spirit attribute increased in the future, the skill cooldown would naturally shorten accordingly. But no matter what, this was an enormous gain. System has detected skill book, whirling slash. Player Yazzie, would you like to learn this skill? Learn it. Of course I'll learn it. I made the choice impatiently. The skill book in my hand immediately transformed into countless cyan points of light. all of which surged into my body. A wondrous sensation surfaced in my mind. The angles, force, and retrieval methods involved in throwing weapons were all firmly engraved into my memory, as if they were instincts I had been born with. Congratulations, player Yazi, for successfully learning the skill Whirling Slash. I took out the Tang Hung Dao, my heart itching. I wished I could test the skill's effects right away, but the room was too small. Once the Tang Hung Dao started spinning, it might directly chop apart the furniture or even get stuck in the wall. I could only temporarily suppress the thought of trying out the skill and put all the spoils I had just obtained into my storage space. After taking inventory, I was very satisfied with today's gains. My level had risen to level 3. I had obtained 3 bronze-grade pieces of equipment: the meditation necklace, Ring of Nightfall, and Tang Hung Dao. I had mastered the powerful skill, Whirling Slash. Inside my storage space, there was also a large amount of food, alcohol, and practical items such as eyes of surveillance. In my previous life, even if I had fought desperately for half a month, I might not have been able to obtain such abundant gains. Of course, what satisfied me most today was not any of that. It was that Yao Jinghan was finally dead. Thinking of this, my mood became even more pleasant. I took out several supply cards from my storage space and activated them one by one. Cyan light flashed. Sliced Jingdu roast duck, 2 steaming hot buns, a medium-rare sirloin steak, and a bottle of Feitian Mitai immediately appeared on the table. The roast duck even came with thin pancakes, shredded scallions, cucumber, and sweet bean sauce. Beside the sirloin steak were pasta, a fried egg, and several side dishes. After fighting for an entire afternoon, I was already so hungry that my chest was practically sticking to my back. Seeing the table full of food, I naturally would not stand on ceremony. I rolled up a thin pancake, wrapped roast duck, shredded scallions, and cucumber inside, dipped it in sweet bean sauce, and stuffed it directly into my mouth. Immediately afterward, I used a fork to roll up some pasta and swallowed it in large mouthfuls. I had to admit, the cooked food supplies dropped by the Apocalypse game were of quite excellent quality. Whether in texture or taste, they were enough to rival the work of a 5-star hotel chef. In my previous life, countless people had risked their lives over a moldy piece of bread. Now, the apocalypse had only just descended, yet I could eat roast duck and steak while drinking Feitian Mitai. This kind of life could only be described in 2 words: pure bliss. Good times were always brief. Before long, the food on the table had been swept clean by me. I leaned back against the chair and patted my stomach in satisfaction. Comfortable. Casually piling the plates, chopsticks, knife, and fork to one side, I cleaned the tabletop again. Now that I was full, it was time to handle proper business. The next matter would determine my development direction for a long time into the future. Planning the future. I found a notebook and a pen downstairs, sat at the table, and began carefully organizing the information in my mind. The first thing that needed to be determined was my class. The Apocalypse game's basic classification of player classes was very simple. There were only 2, Warrior and Mage. After players reached level 10 and completed their class quest, they could choose one of these 2 basic classes. Although there only seemed to be 2 classes on the surface, the Apocalypse game actually handed most of the development autonomy to the players. The true combat style still depended on individual attribute allocation, equipment combinations, and skill combinations. For every level a warrior gained, strength and constitution would each fixedly increase by 1 point, while the player would also obtain 2 free attribute points. If one wanted to follow a tank route, then the free attribute points should be allocated as much as possible into constitution. If one wanted to follow a berserker route, then one should mainly add strength. If one wanted to become an assassin, one could also focus on increasing agility. As for archers, that class actually did not have overly complicated attribute requirements. There was only one biggest problem. Could you hit your target? Of course, choosing warrior did not mean that spirit and agility would stop growing entirely. It was just that the natural increase of those 2 attributes would be very small. As a player's strength increased, their overall physical quality would still receive a certain degree of comprehensive strengthening. Mages were exactly the opposite. For every level they gained, spirit and agility fixedly increased by 1 point, and they could likewise obtain 2 free attribute points. The vast majority of mages would put all their free attribute points into spirit. The higher the spirit, the stronger the skill power and the shorter the cooldown times. Of course, if someone insisted on putting attribute points into strength or constitution and wanted to become a melee mage charging forward with a staff, it wasn't impossible. One could only say they had great courage. Precisely because of this, the 5 free attribute points I currently possessed were especially precious. The extra attributes obtained before changing classes would play an enormous role when completing the class advancement. The better the foundation, the more obvious the strengthening effect after class advancement. I had to consider carefully. However, warrior and mage were only the most common class paths. In the future, around 99% of players worldwide would become ordinary warriors or ordinary mages. The remaining 1% would have the opportunity to walk the route of hidden classes. At first glance, 1% did not seem too few. But there were also enormous differences between hidden classes. An ordinary hidden class might only be somewhat stronger than a basic class. But a top-tier hidden class was enough to let a player undergo a complete transformation. And the target I planned for myself was naturally not an ordinary hidden class. I picked up the pen and wrote 2 words on the first page of the notebook. Phantom. This was the hidden class I had possessed in my previous life. It was also the class I had exchanged for with a scar on my face that could never be erased, along with several experiences of struggling on the edge of life and death. Phantom was one of the top-tier assassin-type hidden classes. Extreme agility, terrifying single-target burst damage, powerful stealth and escape abilities. In my previous life, the reason I had managed to survive 10 years under the Lee family's pursuit was largely thanks to the Phantom class. Even before the second class advancement, every level gained by the Phantom class fixedly increased agility by 2 points and strength by 2 points, while also granting an additional 3 free attribute points. Compared to ordinary classes, it was a difference between heaven and earth. More importantly, I knew the acquisition method and quest process for the Phantom class like the back of my hand. For the current me, this was the easiest hidden class to obtain and the one with the highest success rate. I stared at the word Phantom and thought for a while, then wrote several other names below it. Light Paladin, Necromancer, Azura, Titan, Life Reaper. One incomparably precious hidden class after another was recorded in the notebook by me. Although I had not personally experienced the detailed acquisition processes of these classes, I did have a certain understanding of them. Because in my previous life, the people who possessed these hidden classes were, without exception, top powerhouses at the level of war gods or dharma gods. By the later stages of the apocalypse, in order to calm people's hearts and display their own strength, major factions would usually have their affiliated war gods and dharma gods publicly reveal portions of their personal experiences. After being compiled, these contents would be printed into promotional newspapers and distributed to survivors within the faction's territories, to make ordinary people revere them, and also to let them see hope of survival. I had read many of those people's deeds, so naturally, I remembered some clues regarding hidden classes. Unfortunately, in my previous life, I did not leave behind my own promotional story. Because on the first day I became a war god, I was killed by others. I stared at the hidden class names in the notebook, thought for a long time, and finally crossed out all the other names, leaving only Phantom at the top. I would still choose Phantom. The reason was simple. I was most familiar with the process of obtaining this class. Therefore, the success rate was also the highest. As for the other hidden classes, when those war gods and dharma gods described their own experiences, who knew whether they had hidden key information? They might have deliberately deleted certain details to protect secrets, or they might have embellished their experiences to create a legendary image. Every hidden class quest was incomparably dangerous. Any deviation in information could cost me my life. With my cautious personality, there was no need to take a risk for an uncertain class. Phantom was already strong enough. Choosing the path I was most familiar with was the safest decision. After confirming my class direction, I no longer hesitated. I opened my attribute panel and allocated my 5 free attribute points. 3 points went into strength. The remaining 2 points went into agility. A warm energy immediately surged into my body, rapidly strengthening my muscles, bones, and nerves. I clenched my fist. I could clearly feel that my strength and reaction speed had both increased by a level. Player, Yazzie. Level 3. Strength, 16. Spirit, 17. Constitution, 11. Agility, 17. My class direction had already been determined, and for now, there were no other matters that needed handling. I picked up the pen again and began concentrating on recording important intelligence from my previous life. Let me think. Where did I encounter the clue for the light paladin? Right, it was there. And that diamond grade item should have been at. I can't forget this thing either. It's very useful at critical moments. The exact location of that sword. I frowned and tried hard to recall. But memories from 10 years ago were truly too distant. Even for me, it was impossible to remember every single detail clearly. If I'd known, I should have written this down earlier. Now I can't even remember the exact location of that sword. A bad pen was better than a good memory. The pen in my hand continued moving, recording all kinds of information page after page. Hidden classes, precious items, special dungeons, top-tier equipment, major events that would happen in the future, the rise times of various factions. Everything I could remember, I wrote down in as much detail as possible. Even if my memories gradually became vague in the future, I could always flip through this notebook. Time slowly passed. The night grew deeper and deeper. When the hands of the watch reached midnight, I finally put down the pen in my hand and exhaled softly. The important information I could currently recall had basically all been recorded. As for the rest, I could continue adding to it whenever I remembered something later. I put the notebook and pen into my storage space. Then I got up, turned off the lights, and without even taking off my clothes, directly collapsed onto the bed, sleeping while clothed. One of the compulsory lessons of surviving the apocalypse. When danger occurred, there was no need to waste time putting on clothes. The moment one opened their eyes, one could immediately enter battle or flee. The soft mattress sank slightly. I closed my eyes and soon entered dreamland. This was the most comfortable sleep I had had in 10 years. Outside, the eye of surveillance guarded me. In my heart, there was no longer the pressure brought by Yao Jinghan. No pursuers that could never be shaken off. No nerves stretched tight at every moment. And no confusion toward the future. In this life, everything was different. At the same time, inside a luxurious manner. Damn it, where the hell did that bitch run off to? In the center of the splendid living room, a young man was roaring furiously. He grabbed a vase beside him and smashed it fiercely at the suited bodyguard standing behind him. Bang! The vase shattered against the bodyguard. Sharp ceramic fragments cut through the suit and left a bloody mark on his face. Yet the bodyguard stood in place, motionless. Nearby, an old butler with a head full of silver hair and refined clothing spoke to dissuade him. "Young master, please try to control your volume. Too loud a sound may very likely attract the zombies outside the manor." The young man was precisely Li Haobo. Hearing the old butler's reminder, he recalled the tragic scene that had happened in the afternoon. After the apocalypse game descended, a large number of servants and bodyguards in the entire manor had turned into zombies. This large manor, which originally housed nearly 4,000 people, now had only just over 400 survivors left. In order to clear out the zombies inside the manor, the Li family had already lost a large number of bodyguards. Thinking of those terrifying monsters outside, Li Haobo finally managed to lower his voice. "Calm down. How am I supposed to calm down? I went through so much effort to plan such a perfect show, and in the end, it was all ruined by that bitch Yao Jinghan. Why didn't she come over this afternoon? Why didn't she reply to my messages? Because of her, the material I prepared wasn't complete enough, and I didn't even have time to send it to that trash Lin Ziluo." At this point, Li Haobo's expression gradually twisted, and sick excitement surfaced in his eyes. If Lin Ziluo saw those things, he would definitely fall into complete despair. What expression would he have? Anger? Pain? Or would he kneel on the ground and cry? Ha ha ha. Just thinking about it makes me so excited I can hardly stand it. The more Li Haobo spoke, the more excited he became. If he got so angry that he died on the spot, wouldn't he be able to go down and see that disgusting father of his? But because of that bitch Yao Jinghan, and this damned apocalypse game, they made it so I couldn't send the messages out. Damn it, they all deserve to die. His voice grew louder and louder. The silver-haired butler had no choice but to remind him again. "Young master, please lower your voice no matter what. The manor's bodyguards have already suffered heavy casualties. If another large batch of zombies is attracted over, we may not be able to guarantee your safety. After saying this, the old butler sighed softly in his heart. Back then, perhaps Master had truly been wrong to deliberately raise the young Master into this kind of personality. A family could only have one truly outstanding heir. That could indeed prevent siblings from killing each other. But all of this had one prerequisite. The family had to possess sufficiently powerful ruling strength, strong enough to forever protect the other incapable members. Now that the apocalypse had descended, the original order had already collapsed. With the young Master's cruel, impulsive, and incompetent personality, he would very likely suffer a major loss in the future. Whether because he still had some fear toward the old butler, or because he was worried about his own life, Li Haobo closed his mouth again. But he was not quiet for long before he sat back down on the sofa and began muttering to himself. What a pity. That trash Lin Ziluo won't be able to personally watch me and Yao Jinghan be together. Otherwise, how am I supposed to take revenge on him? The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Li Haobo spat on the ground, then suddenly stood up and quickly walked to the silver-haired butler's side. Uncle Zhao, I don't care. I can't swallow this anger. Didn't my father say a few days ago that the hunting mercenary group would come find me? They should have already arrived in Modu by now, right? Have them go find those two people. Li Haobo said through gritted teeth. Yao Jinghan, I want to see her alive if she's alive, and her corpse if she's dead. And that trash Lin Ziluo, I must personally watch him mentally collapse. The silver-haired butler lowered his head slightly. Understood. The members of the hunting mercenary group are death warriors the family has trained for young Master since childhood. As long as they are still alive, they will definitely complete young Master's order. Ha ha ha. Li Haobo seemed to have already seen the scene in his imagination and once again laughed excitedly. Congratulations, player Yazi, for successfully killing a level 1 ordinary zombie. Obtained 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. Current level up condition has been met. Congratulations, player Yazi, for rising to level 4. Obtained 1 free attribute point. Player Yazi needs 40 more experience points before the next level. Under the sunlight, a long blade emitting cyan light spun at high speed and flew forward. A zombie did not sense danger in the slightest. It opened its bloody maw and was madly running toward a living person not far away. Blade light flashed past its neck. Squelch. The zombie's head instantly rolled to the ground. An item emitting cyan light dropped from the corpse. But now, this dropped item was not important. After the high-speed spinning Tang Hung Dao reached its maximum range, it actually violated common sense and curved through the air, flying back in the direction it had come from. Another zombie was pouncing toward me from the side. It had no idea that another slash would fly at it from behind. The spinning blade easily swept across the back of its neck. Death. Congratulations, player Yazi, for successfully killing a level 1 ordinary zombie. Obtained 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. I raised my right hand and accurately caught the returning Tang Hung Dao. Whirling slash really is useful. This skill was far more flexible than ordinary ranged attacks. As long as the throwing angle was chosen properly, both the outgoing and returning trajectories could deal damage. The only pity was that my current spirit attribute was not high enough. After using whirling slash once, I needed to wait a long time before I could activate it again. It was now 12:30 at noon. I had woken up at 6 in the morning. I left the motel at 6:30. In other words, I had already been advancing outside for 6 full hours. Along the way, I deliberately chose remote roads and avoided prosperous areas where large numbers of zombies gathered. As a result, the number of zombies I encountered was not that high, but the harvest was still quite pleasing. The deaths of nearly 30 zombies had successfully raised me to level 4. Under the effects of absolute drop rate, I had also obtained nearly 30 items. However, today's luck was clearly not as absurd as yesterday's. Among the dropped items, the overwhelming majority were ordinary supplies. A clean men's shirt, a serving of Kung Pao chicken rice bowl, a mechanical watch with accurate timekeeping, and there were also various foods, drinking water, and daily necessities. I wasted none of them and stuffed them all into my storage space. With these foods alone, I would not need to worry about meals for the next 3 days. As for that watch, I had already put it on my wrist. In the apocalypse, Accurately keeping track of time was extremely important. Although my second-hand phone could still be used, checking the time every time was inconvenient. Moreover, before long, the city's power system would completely collapse due to lack of maintenance. Once the phone's battery ran out, it would become a useless piece of scrap iron. By comparison, a watch was clearly much more convenient. Aside from ordinary supplies, I had also obtained one eye of surveillance and one special item. Concealing mask. Grade, bronze. After wearing it, you can hide basic information such as your nickname and level. Duration, 30 minutes. Can be used twice per day. A rather practical item. I had already put the concealing mask on my face. When its effect was not activated, it looked like an ordinary mask and did not affect normal movement. When I truly needed to hide my identity, I could actively activate it. I walked over to the two corpses and picked up the items that had just dropped. The first was an ordinary supply card, a serving of shredded pork and ham-fried rice. I casually stuffed the card into my storage space, then picked up the scroll beside it that emitted cyan light. Equipment Enhancement Scroll. Grade, bronze. Effect, can be used to enhance bronze-grade equipment. After successful enhancement, the equipment's basic attributes and special effects will be improved. First enhancement is guaranteed to succeed. The success rate of subsequent enhancements will gradually decrease as the enhancement level rises. Finally, something truly useful dropped. I smiled. Without any hesitation, I directly slapped the enhancement scroll onto the Tanghung Dao. The scroll instantly transformed into a cyan stream of light, wrapping around the entire blade. The Tanghung Dao let out a faint hum. The light on the surface of the blade grew brighter and brighter. Several seconds later, the cyan light gradually dissipated. Enhancement successful. Congratulations, player Yazi, for obtaining Tanghung Dao +1. I immediately checked the enhanced equipment attributes. Tanghung Dao +1. Grade, bronze. Type, weapon. Length, approximately 70 centimeters. Strength increases by 2 points. Armor piercing. When attacking, ignore 15% of the target's defense. Consecutive slash. When performing continuous slashes, attack power increases by 10%. Self-repair. After leaving combat, slowly restores damage sustained by the blade and blade body. After enhancement, the strength provided by the Tanghung Dao had increased from 1 point to 2 points. The armor-piercing effect had also increased from 10% to 15%. It had also gained an additional special effect that increased the power of consecutive slashes. The blade, which had originally already been extremely sharp, now emitted an even more chilling cold gleam. The noon sunlight shone on the blade, reflecting a dazzling light. I nodded in satisfaction. Then I opened my attribute panel and allocated the one free attribute point obtained from rising to level 4 into strength again. The familiar warm current once more surged into my body. My muscle fibers became tougher, and my body seemed to contain a force that could not be used up. Player, Yazi. Level 4. Strength, 18. Spirit, 17. Constitution, 11. Agility, 17. On the second day after the apocalypse descended, my overall attributes had already reached the level of a top-tier Special Forces soldier. Gurgle. My stomach suddenly made a sound. I looked down and helplessly shook my head. After physical attributes increased, the body's demand for energy would also increase accordingly. Add on 6 continuous hours of combat, and it was completely normal to be hungry. It's about time to rest a little. After lunch, I'll continue in the afternoon. If I can reach level 5 today, then tomorrow during the day, I can go directly challenge that place without needing to specifically search for a dungeon. The direction I was currently heading in was precisely Li Clan Manor. According to my original plan, I intended to first search for a dungeon teleportation array. Dungeons were the main way to obtain experience, food, equipment, and items in the Apocalypse game. The number of ordinary zombies in the city was ultimately limited. Moreover, as players grew stronger, the experience provided by killing low-level ordinary zombies would become less and less. Only by continuously conquering dungeons could one maintain a stable growth speed. After players found dungeon teleportation arrays in the city, they could be teleported to the dungeon waiting area and then choose a suitable dungeon to participate in. Aside from that, There were also a very small number of special dungeons that would not appear in public teleportation arrays. These kinds of dungeons could be understood as hidden dungeons. Their entry requirements were harsher and their danger level higher, but the rewards they could provide were naturally even richer. However, according to my current rate of strength improvement, there was already no need to specially take a detour to search for an ordinary dungeon. After an entire morning of travel, I had already completed around one-third of the journey to Lee Clan Manor. At this moment, I was on a rather remote small road. Aside from the two zombies I had just dealt with, there was not a single living person visible nearby. On both sides of the road were low, old-fashioned bungalows. This route was one I had chosen deliberately. I had intentionally avoided densely populated areas. After all, it was only the second day of the apocalypse. There were very few people who dared to walk onto the streets alone and fight zombies head-on. I randomly chose one bungalow. The Tang Hung Dao swung down, and the door lock was directly cleaved open. I pushed the door and entered. The living room was a complete mess. Tables and chairs were overturned. All kinds of miscellaneous objects were scattered across the ground. On the walls and floor, there were still bloodstains that had already begun to congeal. One glance was enough to tell that someone in this household had turned into a zombie, while the others had hidden all over the place in panic. I did not lower my guard because the surroundings were quiet. The bloodstains on the ground and the faint, almost imperceptible stench of decay in the air were both reminding me there was still a zombie inside this house. I raised the Tang Hung Dao, crossed the dirty and messy living room, and slowly walked toward the corridor leading to the bedroom. Roar! A roar suddenly sounded from the room on the right. Bang! Two sharp claws suddenly pierced through the wooden door, grabbing toward my body. I, who had already been on guard, swiftly turned sideways. My agility as high as 17 points allowed me to easily avoid this sneak attack. At the same time, the Tang Hung Dao chopped downward. The two sharp claws were instantly severed at the wrists. Bang! 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 The zombie behind the door had no sense of pain. It madly slammed into the wooden door, trying to rush out. The wooden door, which had not been very sturdy to begin with, let out sounds of unbearable strain, and wood chips kept falling from around the doorframe. I had no intention of opening the door for it. Holding the Tang Hung Dao with both hands, I stabbed directly forward. The sharp blade instantly pierced through the wooden door and continued deeper inward, stabbing through the chest of the zombie behind the door. The chest was clearly not a zombie's fatal weak point. Even though its body had been pierced, it still madly rammed into the wooden door. The half-severed remains of its arms also waved chaotically in the air. I pulled out the Tang Hung Dao and kicked the door. Boom! The wooden door, already on the verge of breaking, detached from the doorframe and fell inward into the bedroom. The zombie behind the door was also pinned to the ground beneath the wooden door. I walked into the room and stepped on the door panel. The Tang Hung Dao fell with the motion. The zombie's head rolled to the side of the bed. Death. Congratulations, player Yazzie, for successfully killing a level 1 ordinary zombie. Obtained 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. Resolved. After confirming there were no other dangers in the house, I finally relaxed and turned back to the living room. I pulled out the chair beside the dining table and sat down heavily. Then, from my storage space, I took out a thick stack of supply cards. The names of all kinds of foods dazzled my eyes. Having too many things is also a kind of trouble. I have no idea what to eat. If those survivors outside who were fighting for half a piece of bread heard these words, they would probably be so angry they'd vomit blood on the spot. After hesitating for a moment, I quickly thought of a fair and simple method. Drawing cards. I closed my eyes and randomly drew 4 cards from the thick stack of supply cards. You'll do. The 4 cards were activated at the same time. Light flashed. Hot, fragrant, exquisite dishes instantly filled the entire dining table. I picked up the shredded pork and ham-fried rice, grabbed a spoon, and began eating heartily. After eating and drinking my fill, I lazily lay on the sofa, opened that second-hand phone, and checked the offline map I had downloaded in advance. My current location is Pingshan Road. If I continue heading east in the afternoon and move along this route, I should be able to reach here. I marked the destination on the map and estimated the distance. I'm still a bit short of the experience needed to reach level 5. If I casually clear out the zombies I encounter on the way, it'll definitely be enough. After resting briefly, I put away the phone and stood up from the sofa. In a good mood, I hummed some unknown little tune as I leisurely walked toward the door. However, just as I was about to walk out of the door, I suddenly stopped. The tune in my mouth also came to an abrupt halt. The surroundings were so quiet that only the sound of wind blowing past the windows could be heard. I slightly turned my head and carefully distinguished the movements coming from outside the door. 1, 2, 3. 3 breathing sounds. Different frequencies, different positions. That meant there were at least 3 people outside the door, and they were ambushing me. Has he come out? Ji Yao lowered her voice and asked nervously. Not yet. Ji Kaiji held a kitchen knife with both hands, cold sweat constantly seeping from his forehead. We clearly heard footsteps just now. Why did they suddenly stop? Listen to me. I won't be wrong. Gu Gaojia held a fire axe, his face gloomy. You smelled the aroma of those dishes just now too. That person inside definitely has supply cards that can produce food. Last night, he had personally seen a survivor in the building use a card to conjure steaming hot food out of thin air. But is robbing someone like this really okay? Ji Yao looked hesitant. Gu Gaojia glared at her coldly. What's wrong with it? When he comes out, we'll first give him a slash. As long as we injure him, we can threaten him into handing over the supply cards on him. That's right, little sis. Ji Kaiji felt that Gu Gaojia's words made a lot of sense and quickly comforted his younger sister. He just chopped apart our house's door lock and barged in without permission. If we treat him as a burglar, won't we have a reason? Ji Yao thought of the aroma of food she had smelled earlier, then touched her stomach that was empty from hunger. In the end, she nodded. Fine. Then let's rob him. Take everything on him. Since yesterday afternoon until now, she had not eaten anything at all. After the apocalypse descended, her father had turned into a zombie. She and her brother had fled in panic, with no time to take any food. Later, they had tried asking other survivors for food. But in the apocalypse, everyone knew the importance of food. No one was willing to take anything out to help them. Now that they had finally decided to go out and search for supplies, how could they return empty-handed? There was no other choice. Who told the person inside to have food? Gu Gaojia nodded in satisfaction. The Ji siblings had finally been convinced by him. As long as there was a first time, there would be a second. Once they got used to robbery and killing, they would naturally become pawns in his hands, charging into battle for him. Don't go soft later. When that guy comes out, chop his leg first. If he still dares to act tough, then crash. Gu Gaojia hadn't even finished speaking when the kitchen window on my left suddenly shattered. A long saber glowing with cyan light pierced through the broken glass and, without warning, slashed into the back of his neck. Gu Gaojia didn't even know what had happened. The next second, his head rolled to the ground. His headless corpse remained standing. A large amount of blood gushed from the severed neck, splattering directly across Ji Yao's face beside him. Ji Yao froze. Warm, sticky blood slowly slid down her cheeks. Looking at the headless corpse only one step away from her, she instinctively opened her mouth wide, about to let out a scream. Can't exactly let you attract all the nearby zombies over here. I was originally hoping to save a bit of mental energy. My helpless voice came from inside the kitchen. Mental energy poured into the Tang Hung Dao. Spinning slash activated. I tightened my grip on the hilt and hurled the Tang Hung Dao out through the window. Whoosh! The high-speed rotating saber stirred up a shrill wind as it shot straight toward Ji Yao, who was just about to scream. The blade swept horizontally across the corners of her mouth. The scream she had just built up came to an abrupt end. But the Tang Hung Dao did not stop. It continued spinning at high speed, pursuing Ji Kaiji, who had already fled more than 10 meters away. The moment Ji Kaiji heard the sound of glass shattering, he had been scared out of his wits. He didn't even glance at his own younger sister. He turned and ran into the distance. Only after running more than 10 meters did he finally muster the courage to turn back and check the situation. But the instant he turned around, a long saber spinning at high speed had already caught up to him. The sharp blade cut in from the left side of his waist. The Tang Hung Dao spun rapidly, slicing him in half at the waist in an instant. Ji Kaiji's upper body fell to the ground. His survival instinct made him prop himself up with both hands and try to keep crawling forward, dragging a long trail of blood behind him. But after crawling barely more than a meter, his arms lost the last of their strength. His head drooped weakly to the ground. Death, death, death. 3 blood-red prompts appeared one after another. This meant that all 3 people lying in ambush outside the door had completely lost their lives. After completing its attack, the Tang Hung Dao suddenly changed direction midair and flew back into the kitchen. I raised my hand and steadily caught the hilt. After hearing the breathing sounds earlier, I hadn't pushed the door open and gone out directly. Instead, I had silently turned and entered the kitchen on the left. The kitchen window happened to be located to the left of the room door. Gu Gaojia and Ji Yao, who had been hiding there, had never imagined that every word of their conversation had already been heard clearly by me, including Gu Gaojia's planned attack method and threats. After taking 3 lives in a row, my good mood was not affected in the slightest. After all, they were the ones who had ambushed me first. They failed at robbery and were killed instead. Wasn't that perfectly reasonable? From another perspective, they should even be thanking me. By dying sooner, they no longer had to continue suffering in the apocalypse. Sigh, I've done another good deed. Shouldn't the government award me a banner for being a model citizen? I shook my head helplessly and continued on my way with the Tang Hung Dao in hand. The thought that I would be able to personally kill Li Haobo the night after tomorrow filled my entire body with motivation. The Li family. Not a single one of you will escape. Strictly speaking, Yao Jinghan was only a puppet standing at the very front. She was just an ordinary woman without any strength. There was no way she could mobilize so many powerful members of the Li family on her own. At the very beginning, this grudge had merely been a private feud between me, Li Haobo, and Yao Jinghan. But after I killed several groups of Li family thugs they sent after me in succession, the nature of the matter changed. At that point, it was no longer a personal grudge. It had become hatred between me and the entire Li family. To the Li family, my existence was like a fishbone stuck in their throat. If they left me alone, the Li family's reputation would continue to be trampled beneath my feet. The outside world would also treat them as a joke. So later on, even without orders from Li Haobo and Yao Jinghan, the other members of the Li family also wanted to get rid of me, this enemy who had brought shame upon their family. Unfortunately, they underestimated my vitality. Time and time again, their encirclements failed to kill me completely. I was like a cockroach that simply refused to die, crawling back again and again from the edge of death. In the end, I became a war god. A war god-level powerhouse openly hating the Li family was undoubtedly a disaster for them. In order to eliminate me completely, the Li family paid an extremely heavy price. They invited 2 war gods to take action. Then, with an even more expensive bargaining chip, they lured over a zombie emperor. In the end, Yao Jinghan brought that zombie emperor into the meeting location. 2 war gods, plus 1 zombie emperor. 3 existences on the same level as me joined forces to besiege and kill me alone. The Li family even used a legendary grade barrier item to completely seal off every path of retreat. I didn't even have a chance to escape, and in the end, I died there. However, the heavens gave me another chance. Yao Jinghan, Li Haobo, the Li family, those 2 war gods who participated in besieging me, and that zombie emperor, as well as the families, teams, and individuals who helped the Li family hunt me down in my previous life. Not a single one of them will escape. I don't care whether they acted intentionally or unintentionally back then, nor do I care whether they were good people or bad people. As long as they once provoked me, they must die. Honey, come out quick and look at Superman. A woman leaned by the window and shouted into the room with a face full of surprise. What's Superman? I'm busy blocking the door. The zombies outside almost got in. Her husband panted as he ran over to the window. Over there. The woman pointed out the window. The man looked in the direction she indicated. On the broad road, a man wearing a cyan mask was walking forward with a saber in hand. A zombie roared and pounced at the masked man. A flash of cyan saber light. The zombie's head flew off instantly. And beside the masked man, 2 other headless corpses were already lying on the ground. Holy shit, an expert. The man couldn't help but exclaim. He immediately used the information inspection function he had just learned and tried to obtain the masked man's information. Basic information. Nickname. Title. Level. Strange. Why can't I see anything? The man looked puzzled. Forget about that. The woman excitedly grabbed his arm. Let's hurry and call that Superman for help. Ask him to come save us." The man quickly stopped her. "Don't shout randomly. Shouting will expose our location and attract zombies over. Then we'll be finished." And didn't you see? That person even hid his nickname and level. He clearly doesn't want to expose his identity. How could someone like that possibly be willing to risk himself to save strangers? The woman thought about it carefully and felt that it made a lot of sense. She looked at her husband with admiration all over her face. "Honey, you're still the smart one. It's not about being smart. It's just a very simple truth." The man humbly waved his hand. However, some people just couldn't understand such a simple truth. "Hey, good big brother, come save me." On an apartment building across the street, a woman pushed open the window and shouted loudly at me as I walked downstairs. I bent down, picked up the 3 cards dropped by the zombies, and continued walking forward without even glancing at the woman upstairs. It was already close to 5 in the afternoon. There were no suitable alleys nearby to take a detour, so I had no choice but to enter this relatively bustling street. Once I came to a place with many people, I had to prevent other players from inspecting my information. After all, the game nickname, Yazzie, had already spread far and wide last night. Fortunately, the concealing mask I had just obtained was quite useful. After wearing the mask, other players couldn't see my nickname, level, or title at all. As I moved forward, I checked the 3 items that had just dropped. A serving of braised pork with preserved mustard greens. A box of 666 GAN mailing. A tube of Darlie toothpaste. They were all ordinary daily supplies. I casually stuffed the 3 cards into my storage space and prepared to continue on my way. When the woman upstairs saw that I had completely ignored her, her expression instantly turned ugly. Who was she? She was the dignified internet little princess. She had more than 30,000 followers online. She even had a wealthy top donor who gifted her sports cars in her live stream room every day. Now, she had taken the initiative to ask a man for help, yet the other party didn't even look at her. The more the woman thought about it, the angrier she became. She grabbed a flower pot by the window and threw it directly down at me. With my reaction speed, it was naturally impossible for me to be hit by something like that. I casually took 2 steps to the side, easily dodged the flower pot, and raised my head to look at the woman upstairs. Although my face was expressionless, but through the mask, even if I had an expression, she wouldn't have been able to see it. When the woman saw that I had finally looked up, she immediately became overjoyed. She spread her arms and called out in a deliberately coquettish voice, "I'm over here. Good big brother. Hurry up and come save me. There are several zombies outside my room. I'm really so scared. As long as you rescue me, I'll agree to hold hands with you." I didn't speak. I simply took out a card from my storage space and activated it. Light flashed. A piece of specially processed, dark-colored raw meat appeared in my hand. The moment the raw meat appeared, every zombie on the entire street raised its head at the same time. Pairs of grayish-white eyes widened even more. Raw meat soaked in zombie virus. In the late stages of the apocalypse, this item was affectionately referred to by players as the divine zombie luring tool. The special smell it gave off had a fatal attraction to zombies within a 100-meter range. Once it appeared, all nearby zombies would gather madly toward the direction of the raw meat. Sure enough, the moment I took out the raw meat, the zombies on the street turned their heads at the same time and focused their attention on this place. I weighed the raw meat in my hand, then casually tossed it upward. The raw meat passed through the open window and accurately landed inside the woman's home. When the woman saw the piece of meat that had fallen to the floor, she immediately frowned. "I don't want food. I want you to take me somewhere safe. Can't you understand human speech?" She pointed at me downstairs and cursed loudly, completely unaware that the zombies on the street had already begun gathering toward the apartment building she was in. Naturally, I paid her no attention. While the zombies' attention had been diverted, I immediately quickened my pace and left the street. Just now, I had still been worried that too many zombies had gathered nearby and that I didn't know where to lure them. As a result, someone had conveniently opened a window on her own initiative and provided me with an excellent target. Truly a timely rescue. May good people live peaceful lives. The woman upstairs was still cursing loudly. Her insults even drowned out the sound of the security door being rammed. Bang, bang, bang. Only when a loud crash rang out did she finally realize something was wrong and hurriedly turned her head to look. Her home's security door had been knocked down together with its frame. A large number of zombies rushed into the room one after another. The woman let out a terrified scream. Her entire body trembled violently, and her legs instantly lost strength. She collapsed onto the ground. The zombies did not attack her immediately. They all pounced toward the piece of raw meat, giving off that special smell. During the scramble, the raw meat was torn in half by two zombies. Each of the two zombies took half and impatiently stuffed the raw meat into their mouths. The other zombies that failed to get any became even more frenzied. They turned their grayish-white eyes and quickly locked onto the woman sitting paralyzed beside them. "No, don't come over. Someone save me." Her shrill screams echoed throughout the entire street. The survivors hiding inside nearby homes witnessed everything that had just happened. Every single one of them trembled in fear. They secretly swore that they must never casually call for help from strangers on the street, and they absolutely must not provoke the other party after being refused. This was an apocalypse survival lesson I had given them for free. As a person, the first thing one must do is recognize one's own place. The screams gradually faded away. The zombies also left that room one after another. Meanwhile, I had already easily passed through the street and continued heading toward my destination. Not bad. This should be the place. I raised my wrist and glanced at the time. 6 in the evening. There were still 2 hours before night completely fell. Appearing before me was the Motorsports Center. According to my original plan, I was going to come here tomorrow. But today's journey had gone unexpectedly smoothly, and I had arrived at my destination more than an hour earlier than expected. Since I was already here, there was naturally no need to waste time. Although 2 hours were not enough to thoroughly explore the entire sports center, they were enough for me to enter a certain distance first. Before taking action, I opened my personal panel and briefly took stock of my gains from the afternoon. Along the way, I hadn't obtained any new equipment. This made me begin to suspect that the reason so much equipment had dropped on the first day of the apocalypse was probably because the system had temporarily increased the equipment drop rate during the initial stage. As for supply cards, the harvest was quite abundant. In just one afternoon, I had obtained nearly 30 cards. Even after using the raw meat soaked in zombie virus just now, I still had 2 more in my storage space. There was no helping it. This was the trouble of having a 100% drop rate. So many things dropped that even some originally very rare items no longer seemed that precious. Modu Stadium. This place could be considered one of Modu's landmark buildings. And according to the special settings of the Apocalypse game, special opportunities would often appear inside each city's landmark buildings. For example, dungeon entrances. For example, hidden merchant robots. Or wild treasure chests scattered throughout the map. According to my memories from my previous life, a silver-grade wild treasure chest was hidden inside Modus Stadium. So-called wild treasure chests did not require special conditions to be met, nor did they require killing specific monsters. They were randomly scattered all over the world. As long as a player could find one, anyone could open it. Corresponding to wild treasure chests were boss treasure chests. Boss treasure chests would only appear after killing the corresponding boss, so naturally, they were much more difficult to obtain. But in return, the rewards from boss treasure chests were also more generous. However, even if it was only a silver-grade wild treasure chest, it would definitely contain at least one silver-grade piece of equipment or item. In addition, it would also come with some lower-level items. With my current strength, as long as I could obtain one piece of silver-grade equipment, my combat power would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. I did not go to the main entrance of the stadium. At least dozens of zombies had gathered there. If I recklessly forced my way through from the front now, it would undoubtedly create a huge commotion. The safest method was still to find a side door and sneak into the stadium. Just then, the Apocalypse game cheat system, which had been silently functioning but had not spoken for a long time, suddenly sent a prompt. Ding! Detected that the host is about to enter Modus Stadium. Ding! The current environment of Modus Stadium meets the mission trigger requirements. Ding! Mission now issued. 1 against 100. Mission name. 1 against 100. Mission description. An outstanding host needs to display his strength to the world. Please kill 100 zombies inside Modus Stadium. Target levels are unrestricted. Current progress. 0 out of 100. Mission reward. Randomly draw one ordinary cheat ability, one random bronze grade piece of equipment. Mission time limit, 24 hours. Ding. Would the host like to accept the mission? I couldn't help but frown. 100 zombies. As the apocalypse game entered the afternoon of the second day, most ordinary zombies had already risen to level 2. Although their strength was only slightly greater than level 1 zombies. Once their number reached 100, the danger level absolutely could not be underestimated. Not to mention this was a stadium. The interior space of the stadium was wide and open, and sound could travel very far. Once the commotion from battle became too loud, it would be very easy to attract a large number of zombies at the same time. My original plan was to avoid areas where zombies gathered as much as possible. By relying on the stealthiness of acting alone, I would quietly find the silver treasure chest, take the items, and immediately withdraw. But the system just had to issue a mission to kill 100 zombies at this time. Fortunately, the mission time limit was a full 24 hours. There was still enough time. However, to be safe, I still asked, if I don't accept the mission, or if the mission ultimately fails, what punishment will I receive? The system immediately answered, Ding, please rest assured, host. The meaning of the cheat system's existence is to bring the host a better game experience and allow the host to fully enjoy the game process. Ding. Therefore, whether the host refuses the mission or fails the mission, there will be no punishment whatsoever. The system will also additionally issue 100 gold coins as a consolation package. Hearing this answer, I was instantly shocked. Refusing the mission or failing it not only had no punishment, but there was even a consolation package. This was what a system truly designed to provide a good game experience should be. I remembered quite a few locations that could trigger hidden missions. According to the system's rules, didn't that mean I didn't need to do anything at all? I could simply run to various mission locations, refuse the missions, and easily obtain a large amount of gold coins. It was practically a guaranteed profit with no risk. However, for the mission before me, I had no reason to refuse. After completing the mission, I could draw one ordinary cheat ability and also receive one bronze grade piece of equipment. I had already personally witnessed the effects of a super cheat ability. It could forcibly raise an originally 1% drop rate to 100%. Then what kind of ability would an ordinary cheat provide? Could it turn one item drop per zombie into 2 item drops per zombie? Moreover, even if the mission failed, I would suffer no loss. I had originally planned to enter the stadium and search for the silver treasure chest anyway. Accepting the mission along the way meant that even if I failed, I could still receive 100 gold coins for free. A sure-win deal. Accept the mission. Ding. Mission 1 against 100 has been successfully accepted. Wishing the host a perfect completion of the mission. After accepting the mission, I did not rush into the stadium. Instead, I went to the internal structure map near the entrance, carefully observed the building layout, and quickly planned my route in my mind. According to my memory, the silver treasure chest should be located in the storage room on the 3rd floor. There definitely isn't enough time left today. I'll first clear out some zombies. Enter from the side door, then advance upward step by step along the 1st floor emergency passage. By the time I reach the infirmary on the 2nd floor, it should be around 8 at night. There's a bed in the infirmary. I can rest there for the night and continue exploring upward tomorrow. If everything goes smoothly, I should be able to reach the 3rd floor storage room before noon tomorrow. After getting the silver treasure chest, I can jump directly from the platform on the building's exterior down to the next level, then quickly withdraw. After observing the map only once, I had arranged my route forward, resting location, and retreat method. After confirming there were no obvious problems with the plan, I no longer wasted time. The sharp Tang Hung Dao instantly appeared in my hand. I circled around to the rear of the stadium and found a relatively hidden side door. I inserted the tip of the blade into the lock and applied gentle force. Click! The door lock was directly pried open. I tightened my grip on the Tang Hung Dao and carefully pushed open the side door. The next second, a rotten face covered in blood appeared before my eyes. A zombie was standing perfectly straight behind the door. I looked at it. It also glared at me. One person and one corpse stared at each other just like that, and the scene fell into a brief silence. For a moment, even I was a little stunned. What a coincidence! A true auspicious start? Why wasn't this zombie properly wandering around inside the stadium? Why was it standing behind the side door of all places? After that brief daze, the zombie reacted first. It opened its rotten mouth wide, about to let out a roar. Once the sound spread, the nearby zombies would all be attracted over. I decisively struck with my blade. Before it could make a sound, the tip of the tang hung dao accurately pierced into its open mouth. The sharp blade ran through its oral cavity and stabbed out from the back of its neck. Although this strike did not immediately kill the zombie, it blocked its mouth, preventing it from letting out a complete roar. Immediately afterward, I reached into my storage space with my free left hand and took out the hammer I had never thrown away. Bang! The hammer smashed into the zombie's face. Blood and shattered teeth splattered everywhere. The roar the zombie had just been building up was completely smashed back down. I pulled out the Tang Hung Dao and slashed horizontally in one smooth motion. The zombie's head fell to the ground. Death. Mission 1 against 100. Current progress 1 out of 100. Phew. I gently exhaled. That was actually a little dangerous. If it had managed to roar just now, I would have had no preparation at all and could only carry out a strategic retreat first. But this zombie's death could be considered worthwhile. I had first used the Tang Hung Dao to give it a special oral examination. In a hospital before the apocalypse, that kind of procedure would definitely have cost money. Afterward, I used a small hammer to give it facial reconstruction. That wouldn't have been cheap either. If the zombie on the ground still had consciousness, it probably never would have imagined that not only had it been killed, but before its death, it had actually ended up owing a huge debt. However, it could also be considered to have made a contribution. A cyan light shone from beneath the corpse. I kicked the corpse aside with my foot, bent down, and picked up the dropped item. Super Flashbang. Grade, Bronze. Type, one-time use item. Effect, upon use, releases an extremely dazzling white light. All targets who look directly at the strong light will fall into the blindness state. The duration of blindness will be determined by the length of time the target looks directly at the strong light, as well as the target's own sensitivity to light. Not bad. Another good item. The Super Flashbang itself had no direct lethality, but it possessed a powerful group control effect. Especially the night after tomorrow, when attacking the Lee family manor, if I used it in a key position, it would definitely cause a large number of enemies to temporarily lose their vision. In a fight between experts, even 1 second of blindness could be enough to decide life and death. I satisfiedly stored the Super Flashbang into my storage space. After entering through the side door, what appeared before me was a small storage room. To truly enter the interior of the stadium, I still had to open the inner door on the other side of the storage room. I walked over to the zombie's corpse and reached out to fumble around its waist for a while. Sure enough, I found a ring of keys. I held the ring of keys I had found on the zombie and started checking them one by one. This was truly an unexpected pleasant surprise. With the keys, I didn't need to smash the door open by force, so naturally, I could reduce the noise and avoid attracting nearby zombies. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but lower my head and glance at the zombie corpse. Thanks. Didn't expect you to not only deliver experience and equipment to me, but also throw in a ring of keys. Very soon, I found a key with a label attached to it. Rear left door? Found it. I removed the key and silently walked toward the storage room's inner door. RRGH. RRGHHH. Inside the table tennis hall, more than a dozen zombies were wandering aimlessly. As the time gradually approached night, the activity level of these zombies was also continuously increasing. Click. A faint unlocking sound rang out. The wooden door on the side of the table tennis hall was slowly pushed open. I lowered my body, carefully slipped inside, and quickly hid under the table tennis table closest to the door. Using the limited space beneath the table, I successfully concealed my body. 1, 2, 3. Through the gaps between the table legs, I silently counted the number of zombies in the hall. The final result was 17. That number somewhat stabbed me right in the heart. Judging from basic attributes, these zombies were not much different from the current me. An ordinary player, even when facing just one, would have to go all out to kill it. Facing 17 at the same time was basically no different from courting death. But if I was the one operating, it might not be impossible. First, the main door of the table tennis hall was closed. As long as the commotion created during battle was not too great, the zombies outside would not easily barge in. Second, A large number of table tennis tables were placed inside the hall. These tables were of moderate height and had enough distance between each other. They could completely serve as cover for my movement and kiting. I glanced at my experience bar again. I was only 4 experience points away from reaching level 5. One level 2 zombie could provide 2 experience points. In other words, I only needed to kill 2 zombies first to rise to level 5. After leveling up, I could use my higher attributes to engage in a mobile battle against the remaining 15 zombies. It was completely feasible. While I was thinking through my tactics, one zombie just happened to walk toward the direction where I was hiding. "You're the one." I carefully observed its steps and direction of movement, and very quickly determined its next movement trajectory. My body slowly tensed. Like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, I quietly waited for the prey to approach. The sound of footsteps grew clearer and clearer. I held my breath, gripping the Tang Hung Dao tightly in my right hand. When the zombie's foot landed on the position I had calculated in advance, I decisively attacked. My body swiftly shot out from beneath the table. Rise. Swing. The entire movement was completed in one fluid motion. The sharp Tang Hung Dao accurately swept across the zombie's neck. Before the zombie could even react, its rotten head had already separated from its body. Death. A black prompt floated above the corpse. Because my movements were fast enough and smooth enough, even after this zombie was decapitated, the other nearby zombies still had not discovered me. I did not linger. I immediately slipped under another table tennis table beside me. Boom. Thud. The headless corpse and its head fell onto the rubber floor one after another. Although the stadium interior used anti-slip, sound-absorbing flooring, the noise of the corpse hitting the ground still attracted the attention of the other zombies. The next second, more than a dozen zombies became agitated at the same time. Chaotic footsteps. The muffled sound of bodies bumping into table tennis tables. The metallic scraping of table tennis tables rubbing and sliding across the floor. All kinds of sounds mixed together, and the originally quiet table tennis hall instantly became noisy. Fortunately, the soundproofing between venues was good enough. This level of noise temporarily did not draw the attention of the zombies outside the hall. I hid beneath the table and observed the situation outside through the gaps between the table legs. Very soon, 3 pairs of feet appeared near the corpse from earlier. The opportunity had come. I tightened my grip on the Tang Hung Dao and slashed out horizontally close to the ground. The sharp blade, combined with my powerful strength, instantly cut through the ankles of 3 feet. 3 rotten feet flew out at the same time. Both feet of one zombie were severed, and it instantly lost balance, falling flat on its back. Another zombie had only 1 foot cut off. It staggered forward with a couple of hops, but eventually still fell heavily to the ground. However, because of this, my position was also completely exposed. I decisively crawled out from beneath the table. I completely ignored the 2 fallen zombies and instead swung my saber at the zombie on the far right among the 3, the only one that had not been injured. Puchi. The Tang Hung Dao cut into its body. This zombie's body was fairly tough, and it actually endured the strike head-on without dying immediately. But I did not continue with a follow-up attack. A sharp rush of wind came from behind me. I immediately bent down, dodging the pounce launched by another zombie from behind. Immediately afterward, I grabbed the zombie that had lost both feet and used it as a large obstacle, hurling it with all my strength toward the horde rushing over. Several zombies had no time to dodge. Bang! They were struck head-on by their flying companion. 3 or 4 zombies fell at the same time, and the originally dense attack formation instantly became chaotic. Taking this chance, I swiftly swung the Tang Hung Dao and directly beheaded the zombie that had lost 1 foot and was struggling to get up. Death. Congratulations, player Yazzie, for successfully killing a level 2 zombie. You have obtained 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. Congratulations, player. Your level has increased to level 5. You have obtained 1 free attribute point. Player Yazzie requires 100 experience points to reach the next level. After level 5, the experience required for each level up would increase significantly. However, I had no time to think about that now. Without hesitation, I added the free attribute point I had just obtained to agility. Then I exerted force through both legs and leaped onto the nearby table tennis table. All the zombies in the table tennis hall were gathering toward my position. The zombies that had been knocked down earlier had also gotten up from the ground one after another. Only the zombie whose feet had been severed was still stubbornly crawling across the floor toward me. Standing on the table, I had a sufficiently open field of vision. My brain operated at high speed. The combat experience accumulated over 10 years in the apocalypse allowed me to quickly find the best attack angle. Spinning slash. I suddenly hurled out the Tanghung Dao. The blade spun at high speed in midair, transforming into a dazzling streak of cyan light. The first zombie's neck was instantly severed by the saber glow. At the same time, a zombie running behind it seemed to cooperate on its own. It just happened to take 2 steps forward and slammed its head into the rotating blade. Death! Death! 2 black prompts appeared in succession. But the attack was not over yet. After the Tang Hung Dao spun to its limit, it traced an almost perfect arc through the air and flew back toward me. This return trajectory was also within my prediction. A zombie happened to pounce at me from the side. The spinning Tang Hung Dao flew back and swept across the back of its neck, easily taking its life. Death! I raised my right hand and steadily caught the returning Tang Hung Dao. With just one use of spinning slash, I had successfully killed 3 zombies. It looked simple, but in reality, it couldn't be summarized with a single phrase like, "The skill is powerful." The subtle control of the throwing angle, my familiarity with the Tang Hung Dao's flight trajectory, my precise prediction of the zombie's steps, direction, and movements. If any one of those details had gone wrong, it would have been impossible to achieve the effect just now. And all of these were combat instincts forged through 10 years in the apocalypse. Beneath the mask, my expression remained as calm as still water. 1 minute. Under the siege of 17 zombies whose basic attributes were close to mine, I had killed 5 in a row. To me, this was nothing at all. At this moment, there were still 11 zombies capable of moving freely in the table tennis hall. In addition, there was also 1 zombie that had lost both feet but was still stubbornly crawling toward me. The 2 closest zombies had already arrived beside the table and reached out at the same time to grab my calves. My right foot stomped hard against the table, and my body lowered slightly. Then I took a large step and leaped. My entire body passed over the heads of the 2 zombies and landed steadily on the table tennis table opposite them. The 2 zombies grabbed nothing. Because their momentum was too strong, they both crashed into the hard edge of the table and let out furious, unwilling roars. There were temporarily no zombies around the table tennis table I was standing on. Therefore, I was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, I stood on the tabletop, adjusted my breathing, and waited for the horde to approach again. After a short rest, the 2 fastest zombies rushed to the table first. I did not wait for them to attack. From my higher position, I took the initiative and kicked the face of the zombie in front. Bang! The tremendous force made it fall backward. After its body hit the ground, it even rolled an entire circle across the floor. The remaining zombie had just stretched out its hands when my Tang Hung Dao had already chopped down head-on. Death! The rotten head rolled to the ground. Just then, continuous impacts suddenly came from outside the opaque main door of the table tennis hall. Bang! 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 Clearly, the roars the zombies had let out earlier had still attracted the attention of the zombies outside. Troublesome. I sighed helplessly, but in the blink of an eye, I regained my calm. Before the main door is knocked open, kill all the zombies here as quickly as possible. Then carry out a strategic retreat. The main door of the table tennis hall was fairly sturdy. The zombies outside would need at least a little more time to completely break it open. I jumped down from the table and quickly arrived in front of the zombie I had kicked away earlier. Perhaps the after effect of that kick had been too strong, because this zombie still had not gotten back up. I gripped the saber with both hands and chopped down with all my strength. Death! This time, it no longer had any chance to get up. At this moment, there were still 10 zombies in the table tennis hall that could move normally. With my current agility attribute, combined with the complicated environment created by the tables in the hall, I could completely rely on movement to wear them down one by one. Thus, I used the gaps between the tables and began playing hide-and-seek with the horde. A group of zombies pounced at me from the front. I immediately crouched and slipped beneath the table, escaping the encirclement from the other side, while casually leaving a slash on the last zombie. When I was attacked from both front and rear, I jumped onto a table tennis table. After the zombies gathered over, I jumped to another table and pulled away again. Duck under tables. Roll. Leap. Strike. Every movement flowed naturally, without the slightest hesitation or excess motion. After one round of maneuvering, another 5 zombies fell beneath my Tanghengdao. However, most of my stamina had also been consumed. In such a short time, fighting 17 zombies whose basic attributes were similar to mine while successfully killing the vast majority of them. If this battle record were told to others, probably no one would dare believe it. I supported myself against the edge of a table and bought time to adjust my breathing. Just then, I suddenly noticed a red potion bottle lying near my foot. It was an item dropped by one of the zombies I had killed earlier. My eyes lit up. I immediately bent down and picked it up. A zombie happened to pounce toward me. I turned sideways to avoid the attack. At the same time, I twisted open the bottle cap and drank all the red liquid inside in one gulp. The sweet medicinal liquid flowed through my mouth and into my body. Its taste was unexpectedly good. If the situation had allowed it, I would even have wanted another bottle. As the liquid entered my body, a fresh surge of strength appeared out of nowhere. My originally exhausted body rapidly recovered, and my overall condition improved considerably. Stamina potion. Grade, bronze. Type, one-time use item. Effect, immediately restores 20% stamina after drinking. Afterward, restores 5% stamina per minute for 5 minutes. Usage interval, 30 minutes. What I had drunk was precisely the stamina potion known among players in the apocalypse as the Little Red Bottle. The feeling of having abundant stamina again was indeed nice. I slowly exhaled and looked at the zombies continuing to close in. The cooldown of Spinning Slash had already ended. I raised the Tanghengdao and suddenly hurled it out. Cyan saber light flashed through midair. This time, my attack angle was not as perfect as the last time. However, the Tanghengdao killed one zombie as it flew out, then eliminated another when it spun back. One trip out, one trip back, 2 lives taken. While the Tanghengdao was flying, I lowered my head and searched for the items dropped by the zombies. 1 card, 2 cards, 3 cards. I found 3 items in a row, but all of them were ordinary supply cards. An unlucky start. The remaining zombies were already right in front of me. I picked up the last item, which was flashing with cyan light, and decisively slipped under a nearby table tennis table. Only after temporarily escaping the attacks did I lower my head and check what I had just obtained. It was an earthy yellow bracelet. Complex magical patterns were engraved across the surface of the bracelet, making it look ornate and mysterious. Spike bracelet. Grade, bronze. Type, accessory equipment. Description, a special bracelet enhanced by magical power. Attribute, spirit, +1. Attached skill, spike assault. Summon an entire row of spikes from underground to launch a heavy strike against all targets within a straight line area. Skill cooldown, 24 hours. It's actually equipment with an attached skill. I was instantly pleasantly surprised. The drop rate of accessory equipment was already far lower than that of ordinary equipment such as shoes, pants, and clothes. And on the second day of the apocalypse, I had already gathered 3 kinds of accessories: a ring, a necklace, and a bracelet. Most importantly, this bracelet also came with an active attack skill. At this stage, equipment like this was simply priceless. I immediately put the bracelet on my wrist. After the equipment touched my skin, it automatically adjusted according to the size of my wrist. A perfect fit, convenient, and effortless. However, checking the equipment attributes and putting on the bracelet still took a little time after all. By the time I raised my head, the table tennis table I was hiding beneath had already been completely surrounded by the remaining zombies. I still did not panic. First, I swung the Tanghengdao close to the ground, cutting off the feet of one zombie. Taking advantage of the gap created after that zombie fell, I quickly slipped out of the encirclement. The remaining 2 zombies immediately surrounded me. I curled my lips, bent down, and dodged the pounce of one zombie. Immediately afterward, I swung 2 consecutive slashes and completely finished off the zombie on the ground whose legs had been severed. Just then, boom, the main door of the table tennis hall finally could not withstand the continuous impacts and crashed heavily to the ground. A large number of zombies outside rushed in one after another. Under normal circumstances, what I should do now was immediately carry out a strategic retreat. But not only did I not run away, I instead took the initiative and charged toward the horde that had just broken into the hall. Behind me were two zombies, chasing relentlessly. In front of me was a large horde of zombies continuously pouring into the table tennis hall. In the blink of an eye, I was being attacked from both front and rear, trapped right in the middle. Facing such a dangerous situation, a faint smile appeared at the corner of my mouth. I stopped and stood where I was, quietly waiting for the zombies to approach. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, closer and closer. So close that I could clearly smell the nauseating stench coming from their bodies. So close that nearly 10 zombies stretched out their sharp claws at the same time, grabbing toward my body. Now, a sharp gleam flashed in my eyes. My right foot stomped hard against the nearby table tennis table. Using the reaction force, my entire body rose into the air. Backflip. My body leaped over the horde from above and landed steadily behind the two zombies that had originally been chasing me. And at this moment, the vast majority of zombies in the hall happened to gather into a straight line before me. I raised my right hand, the one wearing the spike bracelet. Mental energy poured into it. Spike assault. The surface of the bracelet suddenly lit up with earthy yellow light. The next second, the ground began to tremble violently. Rumble. A huge spike condensed from earth and rock burst out of the ground, instantly piercing through the zombie at the very front. The spike stabbed into its body from below and directly pierced through its head. Death. Congratulations, player Yazzie, for successfully killing a level 2 zombie. You have obtained 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. Was that the end? Of course not. The trembling of the ground continued. It was as if an even more powerful force was rapidly brewing underground. The appearance of the first earth spike did not make the fearless zombies feel terror. They did not know what death was at all and continued charging madly in their original direction. And so, an even greater surprise arrived. Boom! Accompanied by violent tremors in the ground, one huge earth spike after another burst out along a straight line. The sharp rocks pierced through the ground at an unimaginable speed. The running zombies had no time to dodge. Thick earth spikes stabbed up from beneath their feet, piercing all the way through their entire bodies. Blood splattered. Chunks of flesh flew. One zombie after another was lifted high and hung upon the sharp earth spikes. Because I had lured the horde into the same straight line in advance and perfectly grasped the release timing and attack direction of spike assault. This led to one result. On that straight line, within the skill's range, not a single zombie was spared. Congratulations, player Yazzie, for successfully killing a level 2 zombie. You have obtained 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. Congratulations, player Yazzie, for successfully killing a level 3 zombie. You have obtained 3 experience points and 5 gold coins. Congratulations, player Yazzie, for successfully killing a level 2 zombie. You have obtained 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. Congratulations, player Yazzie, for successfully killing a level 2 zombie. You have obtained 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. In just a brief instant, more than 20 kill notifications frantically filled the screen. My experience bar also rose rapidly at a visible speed. Within the horde, for items flashing with cyan light, dropped one after another. Equipment with active skills often had a special mechanism. That was, when the equipment skill was released for the first time, its power and effect would reach their peak. Because when the equipment first dropped, the energy required for the skill had already been infused into it in advance by the Apocalypse game system. After the first release, charging the skill again would require consuming the player's own mental energy. At that time, the skill's power would return to its normal level. Even so, I had completely failed to expect that the first release of Spike Assault would be so terrifyingly powerful. This kind of killing effect was probably something only a mage profession user around level 20 could achieve. But no matter what, I had already made a massive profit from this wave. While the spikes on the ground had not completely retracted, I had no time to care about the blood and mangled flesh all over the floor. I immediately rushed to the place where the horde had died and began searching. Bronze-grade equipment. Bronze-grade items. As long as something flashed with cyan light, I didn't even have time to check its attributes before stuffing it directly into my storage space. As for the ordinary supply cards scattered across the ground, I couldn't even be bothered to bend down and pick them up. It wasn't that I had gotten arrogant. It was because there were still a large number of zombies surging over from outside the table tennis hall. More than a dozen huge earth spikes had already begun slowly retracting underground. After losing the obstruction of the earth spikes, the zombies arriving afterward once again charged toward me one after another. I quickly swept my gaze around. After confirming that all bronze equipment and items visible to the naked eye had already been stored in my storage space, I immediately turned and retreated. The wind's tight. Time to scram. I followed the route I had taken earlier and quickly ran toward the rear door of the stadium. After reaching the doorway, I passed through the wooden door and slammed it shut behind me. The zombies chasing from behind naturally would not give up easily. They swarmed forward and frantically rammed into the rear door. Bang! 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 An ordinary wooden door simply could not withstand the continuous impact of more than a dozen zombies. Very soon, the door panel collapsed with a crash. The horde rushed out through the rear door. However, what confused them was that the human who had been so outrageously arrogant just moments ago, killing dozens of their kind in succession, had already disappeared without a trace. The zombies did not give up immediately. They wandered around nearby, trying to find my trail. But no matter how they searched, they could not find the slightest clue. It was as though my entire body had vanished into thin air. Only after a full 10 minutes did the horde gradually give up. Some of the zombies returned to the table tennis hall. Others remained near the rear door, wandering aimlessly in all directions. Phew. After confirming that the zombies below were no longer concentrating on searching, I finally let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, I was standing on a narrow, protruding platform above the stadium's rear door. The platform was very small, only enough for me to barely stand sideways with both feet. And beneath the platform, quite a few zombies were still wandering back and forth. I was not in a hurry to jump down. Going down now would only cause me to fall back into the zombie encirclement. Taking advantage of this waiting period, I opened my storage space and checked the 5 bronze-grade items I had just obtained. 2 of them were familiar old friends. Eye of Reconnaissance. The other 2 were completely identical special items. Short-range launcher. Grade, bronze. Type, one-time use item. Effect, can launch an object that fits inside the launcher to a location designated by the user. Maximum range, 30 meters. Beautiful. After clearly seeing the item's effect, I couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. With these 2 things, I would soon be able to enter the stadium again. The short-range launcher could not only launch objects into the distance, but also control the object's flight trajectory to a certain extent. Even if the target was located in a blind spot, as long as I was familiar with the nearby terrain, I could make the launched object turn in midair and eventually land at the designated location. After putting away the 2 short-range launchers, I took out the 5th item. It was a pair of shoes emitting cyan light. Their overall design was simple and ancient, but their surface was engraved with magical patterns resembling wings. Could it be another piece of equipment with an attached skill? I immediately checked its attributes. Gale boots. Grade, bronze. Type, footwear equipment. Description, magical boots capable of awakening the power of the gale. Attributes, Constitution +1, Agility +1. Special effect, reduces the sound of the wearer's footsteps while moving. Attached skill, swift movement. After use, increases movement speed by 20% for 10 seconds. Skill cooldown, 1 hour. After discovering that the Gale boots were also equipment with an attached skill, joy immediately appeared on my face. However, after reading the skill effect, my expression quickly returned to calm. Movement speed increased by 20% for 10 seconds. The effect could only be considered average, at least compared to Spike Assault, which had killed more than 20 zombies in one strike just now. It seemed somewhat ordinary. That said, my body was still very honest. I immediately took off the sneakers on my feet. Because the platform was too narrow, I could only maintain balance in a one-legged stance. After quite some effort, I finally put on the Gale boots. After the equipment was put on, the shoes automatically adjusted according to the size of my feet. The size was just right, comfortable and well-fitting. The instant I put on the Gale boots, I could clearly feel my body becoming lighter, especially my legs. It was as if they could borrow the power of wind at any moment to burst out with even greater speed. I then opened my personal attribute panel. Basic attributes. Strength, 18. Spirit, 18. Constitution, 12. Agility, 18. Even if an ordinary player rose to level 10, it would still be very difficult for them to possess such exaggerated basic attributes, unless they had already completed their class advancement and obtained class attribute bonuses. However, by the time those ordinary players successfully completed their class advancement, I could be certain that I would have already completed mine long before them. Then let's set a small goal first. After class advancement, make my basic attributes reach twice those of ordinary players at the same level. After setting the goal, I immediately became full of motivation. I lowered my head and looked at the zombies still wandering below the platform. Then I took out a short-range launcher from my storage space. Immediately afterward, I took out a supply card. Raw meat soaked in zombie virus. A short-range launcher plus virus-soaked raw meat capable of attracting zombies. It was simply the perfect combination. Use the short-range launcher to deliver the raw meat to a designated location. The nearby zombies would definitely be attracted over by the raw meat. At that time, I could take advantage of the horde's shift and sneak back into the stadium. After finishing the plan, I began adjusting the angle and flight trajectory of the short-range launcher. After confirming all parameters were correct, I activated the supply card in my hand. Light flashed. A piece of dark-colored raw meat emitting a special smell appeared in my hand. The instant the raw meat appeared, the zombies beneath the platform collectively became restless. They had smelled the scent of the food they desired most. One zombie after another raised its head, their grayish-white eyes fixed on the raw meat in my hand. I did not delay. I immediately stuffed the raw meat into the short-range launcher and pulled the trigger. Thump! Accompanied by a dull sound, the raw meat shot out of the launcher at high speed. It did not travel in a straight line. Instead, as if guided by an invisible thread, it first traced an arc through the air and slipped into the stadium through the rear door. Immediately afterward, the raw meat continued flying deeper into the table tennis hall. After bypassing layers of obstacles, it finally landed in the deepest corner of the venue. That spot happened to be exactly 30 meters away from where I was. During the raw meat's flight, all nearby zombies had already been completely mobilized. They followed the trajectory of the raw meat's movement and surged forward madly. Some zombies even kept jumping below it, stretching out their rotten hands in an attempt to grab the raw meat from midair. The horde shoved and trampled one another. Even if they knocked down their companions, they didn't care at all. In their eyes, only that piece of raw meat flying through the air remained. Now, without the slightest hesitation, I lightly leaped down from the platform. Both feet landed steadily. The excellent material and special effect of the gale boots reduced the sound of my landing to a minimum. That faint sound was completely covered by the roars and collisions made by the horde fighting over the raw meat, and it did not attract the attention of any zombies. I looked inside through the stadium's rear door. The dense crowd of zombies had all gathered in the corner of the table tennis hall, surrounding the raw meat while frantically fighting, shoving, and roaring. And that corner happened to be opposite the main entrance of the table tennis hall. This meant that as long as I passed through the rear door and then rushed out from the main entrance, I could smoothly shake off the horde. I decisively activated the skill attached to the gale boots. Swift movement. A special force instantly merged into my body. My legs seemed to be supported by a gentle breeze, and my entire body became light. Swift movement could only last 10 seconds. Every second was extremely precious. I did not waste any time. Both legs suddenly exerted force, and I charged forward at top speed. First second, rush through the rear door. Second, enter the table tennis hall. Fifth second, charge out through the main entrance of the table tennis hall. The entire venue distribution of the stadium lobby had already been firmly memorized by me. During the sprint, I did not show the slightest hesitation, nor did I waste any time. Every movement flowed seamlessly in one smooth sequence. By the time the zombies fighting over the raw meat reacted, I had already disappeared without a trace. At this moment, I had already arrived at the stadium's emergency passage. As a large stadium equipped with direct elevators and escalators, the emergency passage was rarely used under normal circumstances. Sure enough, after pushing open the door to the emergency passage, I did not see any zombies. After confirming it was safe inside, I quickly entered the passage and closed the door behind me. Only then did I support myself against the wall and adjust my breathing. Although that full-speed sprint just now had not lasted long, it had consumed quite a bit of stamina. Fortunately, my speed had been fast enough. Not a single zombie had discovered my trail. I raised my hand and glanced at the time. 7 at night. There was still 1 hour before night would completely fall. At that time, zombies would obtain the attribute enhancement brought by nighttime, and their overall strength would increase significantly. Wanting to pass so easily near a horde of zombies like just now would be almost impossible. Therefore, I had to find a safe place to stay as soon as possible. After surviving tonight, I would continue moving at 6 tomorrow morning. As for directly staying in the emergency passage to rest, the thought had barely appeared before I rejected it. The fact that there were no zombies in the emergency passage now did not mean there would be none at night. As night fell, zombies would become even more active, and the emergency passage doors were not locked from the inside. Most of the time, they were even merely left ajar. A zombie could enter just by pushing one open. Staying here overnight would be no different from entrusting my safety to luck. I rested in place for nearly 20 minutes. Only after confirming that my stamina had recovered enough and that I had sufficient combat ability did I lighten my steps and walk up the stairs. Before long, I reached the second floor of the stadium. The stairs leading to the third floor were close at hand. However, I did not continue upward. The emergency passage exit on the third floor was located at the far right side of the corridor, while the storage room containing the silver treasure chest was on the far left. If I went to the storage room now, I would have to fight my way from the far right end of the corridor all the way to the far left. Neither time nor stamina allowed me to do that. The silver treasure chest could be opened tomorrow. The most important task tonight was to ensure my own safety first. I gently pushed open the second floor emergency passage door. The corridor outside was silent, with only a small number of zombies wandering aimlessly. It seemed that the commotion on the first floor earlier had attracted the vast majority of the zombies on the second floor. The remaining zombies did not notice me silently slipping out of the emergency passage at all. The layout of the stadium's second floor was not complicated. Venues requiring larger spaces, such as the badminton hall and basketball court, were basically concentrated on this floor. And I had already determined tonight's resting place. The infirmary. On one hand, the infirmary was not far from the emergency passage. On the other hand, there was a bed inside. The space was large enough, and I could conveniently search for some medicine. It was practically an ideal temporary shelter. I took out the infirmary key I had prepared in advance and held it in my hand, then carefully moved toward the infirmary. There were already not many zombies on the second floor. In addition, I knew the zombies' visual range and perception habits like the back of my hand, and the gale boots could effectively reduce the sound of my footsteps. As a result, I encountered almost no trouble along the way. If someone were observing from the side, they would probably see a rather strange scene. There was clearly a person moving through the corridor, yet all the nearby zombies turned a blind eye to him. In reality, it wasn't that the zombies couldn't see me. Rather, I was constantly taking advantage of the blind spots created when they turned and wandered, walking through one surveillance dead zone after another. Ahead, a zombie just happened to block the path I had to take. I did not take a detour. Instead, I silently crept up behind it. The instant it turned its head, I decisively made my move. The Tang Hingdao was suddenly unsheathed. The cold blade silently swept across the zombie's neck. It did not even have time to let out a roar before its rotten head had already separated from its body. After decapitating it, I immediately stored the Tang Hingdao back into my storage space. At the same time, my left hand shot out like lightning and caught the head that was about to fall. My right hand supported the swaying headless corpse. Then I slowly crouched and gently placed both the head and body on the ground. The entire process did not make the slightest sound. The nearby zombies continued wandering aimlessly, completely unaware that one of their companions had already fallen to the ground. Finally, I bent down, picked up the supply card dropped by this zombie, and left in a carefree manner. Raw meat soaked in zombie virus. This thing again. As the saying goes, fortune is found amid danger. I had just used up one zombie trap, and now it had immediately been replenished. Not bad luck. Before long, I arrived at the infirmary door. The infirmary door was tightly shut. I stepped forward and gently pulled the handle. As expected, it was locked. Although I had prepared the key in advance, The situation before me still made me feel a trace of doubt. The apocalypse game had descended at 7 in the evening. Under normal circumstances, the infirmary should still have been in use at that time. It should not have been locked ahead of time. Unless this door had been locked from the inside by someone after the apocalypse descended. I instantly analyzed the general situation and couldn't help but frown slightly. I hope the people inside behave themselves. I inserted the key into the lock. Click. The door lock opened. The infirmary was pitch black inside. I couldn't see anything clearly. The corners of my mouth lifted slightly. As if I had discovered nothing at all, I walked straight into the infirmary. I also casually locked the door behind me again. When a person had just entered darkness from a bright environment, their eyes needed some time to adapt. Just then, a small knife suddenly extended from the darkness and pressed toward my body. At the same time, a deliberately lowered male voice rang out. "Who are you? How do you have the infirmary key?" I did not answer, because I really hated it when people pointed knives at me. My right hand suddenly shot out and precisely seized the wrist holding the knife in the darkness. Then I twisted violently. Crack! That wrist was forcibly twisted 180 degrees by me. The sound of breaking bone was especially clear in the darkness. Because of the intense pain, that person instantly lost his rationality. He opened his mouth and prepared to scream. But I had already made preparations. My left hand took out a piece of rag from my storage space and stuffed it into his mouth like lightning. MFF. MFF. The scream turned into muffled whimpers. At the same time, the small knife in his hand slipped free. Once the knife fell to the ground, the crisp metallic impact would inevitably alarm the zombies outside the infirmary. So I moved. My right foot swiftly lifted, and the tip of my foot accurately tapped the side of the falling blade. Affected by the external force, the knife flipped in midair from a vertical position into a horizontal one. Immediately afterward, my right foot landed steadily, and the top of my shoe happened to catch the knife. Crisis resolved. I released the young man whose wrist had already been broken. Then I gently lifted the instep of my foot, sending the knife bouncing upward, and casually caught it in my palm. "Remember," I spoke calmly, "there was nothing wrong with you staying alert. Your mistake was provoking someone you couldn't afford to provoke." The knife spun back and forth between my fingertips like a silver butterfly, dancing nimbly in the darkness. In the silent infirmary, heavy breathing came from several directions at the same time. Clearly, there was more than one person here. As for the young man on the floor, because his mouth was stuffed with a rag, he could only keep making muffled, incoherent whimpers. I ignored him. Instead, I turned around and took out a thick cloth I had modified in advance from my storage space. Quite a few suction cups were distributed across the surface of the thick cloth. This was a practical apocalypse gadget I had made in my spare time. I stuck the thick cloth onto the infirmary door and used the suction cups to firmly secure it, completely covering the glass window on the upper half of the door. Afterward, I looked around. Only after confirming that there were no other places in the infirmary where light could leak out did I speak. "Turn on the light." No one responded. A moment later, a female voice sounded in the darkness. "If we turn on the light, we might attract the zombies outside. Didn't you see that I already covered the glass on the door?" I asked back in a calm tone. "Turn on the light." But the other party seemed to want to say something else. Click. The lights had already been turned on. Bright light illuminated the entire infirmary, and everything inside came clearly into view. The person who had spoken just now to stop the lights from being turned on was a young woman in a nurse's uniform. She was sitting on the floor, looking at me nervously. The one who had actually turned on the lights was a female doctor in a white coat. I looked at the female doctor a couple more times, and a faint sense of familiarity rose in my heart. On another examination bed sat two middle-aged men. The word maintenance was printed on both of their uniforms. Clearly, they were maintenance workers in the gymnasium. The nurse and the two maintenance workers were all looking at me with fear in their eyes. After all, the moment I had appeared, I had given them an extremely terrifying warning in the most direct way possible. Only the female doctor could still barely maintain her composure. Right. I almost forgot there was still someone on the floor. The young man who had threatened me with a knife just now was currently curled up on the ground in pain, his body constantly twisting. The rag was still stuffed in his mouth, and the way he looked at me was filled with venomous hatred. That gaze was like a poisonous snake hiding in a dark corner. As long as it got the chance, it would pounce without hesitation and bite you hard. Along with that gaze came a trace of killing intent that was almost impossible to conceal. Naturally, that faint killing intent could not escape my sharp perception. I bent down and calmly stared at the young man on the floor. In 10 years of the apocalypse, I had seen eyes like that far too many times. Some people seemed insignificant, even extremely obedient on the surface. But once they seized an opportunity, they would stab you in the back at the most critical moment. I had also seen countless people die at the hands of those they had spared, simply because they had been soft-hearted for a moment. So, I would never make that kind of mistake. Look at you. Why did you have to act so arrogant? I shook my head lightly. I'll teach you a survival tip for the apocalypse. Never look at someone with that kind of resentful gaze. Because I raised the small knife in my hand and stabbed it straight into the young man's neck. That will get you killed. The young man's body suddenly stiffened. His struggles grew weaker and weaker, and his pupils rapidly lost focus. Not even in his dreams would he have imagined that after finally escaping the zombies, he would die at the hands of a human. As his life completely faded away, his other hand, which had been tightly clenched, slowly loosened. Clang! Another dagger fell to the floor. So he had been hiding a second dagger in his hand all along, waiting for a chance to ambush me. The entire infirmary seemed to freeze. None of the 4 people present had expected that I would truly kill that young man without the slightest hesitation. The young nurse looked at the corpse on the floor, and her body began trembling violently. Under extreme fear, she instinctively opened her mouth. It looked like she was about to scream. I turned my head and looked at her. Beneath the mask, my eyes were calm and without the slightest ripple. But the instant her eyes met mine, every hair on the young nurse's body stood on end. That was the instinctive stress response humans produced when facing extreme danger. She understood in an instant. As long as she dared to scream, I would kill her directly before the sound could leave the infirmary. But her intense fear had already made it impossible for her to control her own body. So the young nurse hurriedly grabbed a piece of gauze, stuffed it into her own mouth, and bit down hard. That way, even if she could not hold back, she would not make too loud a sound. The 2 maintenance workers beside her were also trembling all over in fright, their honest-looking faces filled with terror. However, they did not dare make the slightest sound either. Only the female doctor standing beside the light switch still maintained basic calm, though a flash of fear had also crossed her eyes. She stood there without saying a word. I slowly straightened up. The icy killing intent that had filled the infirmary just now dissipated along with my movement. The others all shuddered almost at the same time. Only then did they realize that in just over 10 seconds, their clothes had already been soaked with cold sweat. Everyone, don't misunderstand. I spread my hands, my tone innocent. I'm actually a good person. A good person? Although none of them spoke, it was obvious they did not believe me. If I could be considered a good person, then the few of them were probably all peerless saints. You all saw what happened just now. He was the one who threatened me with a knife first. I only fought back because I had no choice. I explained with a perfectly serious expression. Besides, I'm a very reasonable person. As long as everyone gets along peacefully and lovingly, absolutely nothing unpleasant will happen. The infirmary fell into silence. No one responded. It was obvious that none of them believed me. This was a little awkward. In the end, it was the female doctor who coughed softly and took the initiative to break the silence. That person did deserve it. We all saw what happened. When she said this, her expression did not change at all, and her tone was as natural as if she were stating a fact. The remaining 3 hurriedly nodded as well to show their agreement, especially the young nurse with gauze stuffed in her mouth. Her head bobbed like a chick pecking at rice. That's good. I nodded in satisfaction. After saying that, I took 2 steps forward, preparing to find a place to rest. Just that small movement alone made everyone in the room act as if they were facing a great enemy. The 2 maintenance workers who had been sitting on the examination bed immediately stood up. The young nurse even scrambled backward on all 4s. I could not be bothered to pay attention to them. After finding a relatively comfortable office chair and sitting down, I leaned back against it, closed my eyes, and began recovering my strength. From morning to night, I had been either traveling or fighting. My body was indeed already extremely exhausted. especially tonight's battle in the table tennis hall. I had fought 17 zombies with similar basic attributes all by myself. That kind of achievement was something ordinary people would not even dare imagine. But I still was not very satisfied. If it had been in the morning, when my stamina was full and my condition was complete, I definitely could have done better. The infirmary became quiet again. A moment later, while still keeping my eyes closed, I suddenly spoke. Clean up the corpse and the blood on the floor. When the big boss gave an order, who would dare disobey? The female doctor and the young nurse immediately began cleaning the bloodstains. The two maintenance workers carefully lifted the corpse, moved it into the corner, and wrapped it tightly in a bedsheet. Only after they had dealt with everything properly did I open my eyes again. My gaze finally landed on the female doctor. Immediately afterward, I activated my detection ability and checked her basic information. Basic information. Nickname: Zhong Yeshua. Title: None. Level: 0. So it really was her. No wonder I had felt earlier that her face seemed somewhat familiar. It turned out she was an old acquaintance I had known in the later stages of the apocalypse. Zhong Yeshua, the possessor of the hidden profession, Divine Doctor. The reason she had left such a deep impression on me was because in my previous life, I had once specifically gone to her to treat the scar on my face. At that time, I had gone to her full of hope. In the end, after examining me, Zhong Yeshua had mercilessly told me that the scar involved the level of the soul and could not be repaired through ordinary treatment methods at all. Although she had failed to heal my face, later on, whenever I suffered serious injuries, I went to her for treatment several times. However, when I came to know Zhong Yeshua, it was already the late stage of the apocalypse. In that era, every survivor had experienced countless hardships. Whether in appearance, gaze, or temperament, they would have undergone enormous changes compared to before the apocalypse. The Zhong Yeshua of my previous life had likewise been ravaged by the apocalypse. She was quite different from this young female doctor before me now. So just by looking at her face earlier, I had not recognized her immediately. Fate really was a wonderful thing. I never expected that on the second day after the apocalypse descended, I would meet someone I had known in my previous life. However, for the time being, I had no special thoughts about Zhong Yeshua. Even if her hidden profession, Divine Doctor, were handed to me, I would not want it. In my view, only by possessing enough strength oneself could one truly have the right to speak. Becoming a Divine Doctor would indeed earn one the respect of many survivors. Ordinarily, one would not need to charge onto the most dangerous front lines of battle either, so the danger to one's life would be relatively smaller. But at the end of the day, Divine Doctor was still a functional profession. To put it unpleasantly, it was just a high-level tool. If one did not possess enough strength, then even with an extremely precious healing ability, one could still be controlled by others. One might even die at someone else's hands at any time. How could that compare to the freedom and exhilaration of my hidden profession, Phantom? As for the remaining three, I checked them in passing as well. No hidden professions, no special titles. They were all perfectly ordinary people, and all three of them were level 0. From the moment the apocalypse game descended until now, they had not even killed a single zombie. I raised my wrist and glanced at the time. 8:30 at night. Night had already completely fallen. The zombies outside had long since received their nighttime attribute enhancement, and their strength had become abnormally terrifying. Even while hiding inside the infirmary, everyone could still hear the sounds made by the zombies moving outside. Those messy, heavy footsteps, along with the occasional roars, made the atmosphere inside the infirmary feel especially oppressive. However, none of that had anything to do with me for the time being. Now, it was time for the long-awaited dinner. I opened my storage space and took out a thick stack of supply cards. I casually drew 4. Not bad. There was meat and vegetables. There was alcohol and meat. The combination was quite reasonable. I walked to the office desk and activated the 4 cards one after another. Light flashed. Several exquisitely prepared dishes appeared out of thin air on the tabletop. Every dish was complete in color, aroma, and taste. A rich fragrance quickly spread throughout the entire infirmary, making one's appetite surge uncontrollably. The 3 people huddled in the corner instantly widened their eyes. Originally, they had only been nervously observing my every move, wanting to know what I was going to do. Never did they expect that after I took out a few cards and casually fiddled with them, I would directly conjure a steaming hot table of food. And whether in appearance or fragrance, these dishes far exceeded their imagination. Gurgle. The young nurse's stomach cried out very cooperatively. As if I had heard nothing at all, I took off my cyan mask, picked up a serving of kung pao chicken over rice, and began eating on my own. The young nurse swallowed with difficulty. Her gaze shifted back and forth between my face and the food on the table. Who knew whether she was craving my face or the food on the table? The two maintenance workers, on the other hand, stared fixedly at the food. The sound of them swallowing was even louder than the sound of the young nurse's stomach growling. Even Zhong Yeshue, who had always appeared the calmest, could not resist the temptation of delicious food. That was also very normal. Since the apocalypse game descended last night, more than 24 hours had already passed. Although they could use glucose and other medicines in the infirmary to replenish the energy their bodies needed, how could those things compare to real food? Not to mention that what was placed before them was an entire table of delicious dishes complete in color, aroma, and taste. Yet no matter how hungry they were, no one dared act rashly. They did not even dare open their mouths to ask. The bloody scene of me killing that young man just now was still clearly imprinted in their minds. Who knew whether I might become unhappy over some trivial matter and suddenly draw my blade to cut them down too? I ignored them and focused only on wiping out the food on the table. Finally, after I had devoured half the dishes like a sweeping storm, Zhong Yeshue could no longer hold back. After hesitating for a moment, she slowly walked to the office desk. Then, in the gentlest tone she could manage, she asked cautiously, "Excuse me, where did this food come from? I wonder if we might have a chance to get some?" Inwardly, I said to myself, "They took the bait." That's right. I had deliberately taken out so much delicious food in front of them precisely to attract their attention. Of course, on the surface, I remained calm. Only after unhurriedly drinking a mouthful of abalone sauce soup beside me did I raise my head and look at Zhong Yeshue. "You want to eat?" Zhong Yeshue immediately nodded. The nurse and two maintenance workers behind her also nodded wildly, their movements so uniform that they looked like three chicks waiting to be fed. Very simple. "Help me do some things," Zhong Yeshue hurriedly asked. "What things?" "Don't worry, they're not difficult." I took out 2 sheets of paper I had prepared in advance for my storage space and placed them on the table. The first sheet records some medicines I need. You and that nurse will be responsible for finding all the medicines, sorting them by category, then packing them together and handing them to me. Zhong Yeshue was a doctor to begin with. Having a professional help find and organize medicine would always be more reliable than me slowly rummaging around by myself. Then I pointed to the second sheet of paper. This sheet records some small items I need. The 4 of you will be responsible for making these things tonight. At 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, I'll leave this place. Before I leave, however many items you manage to make, I'll give you the corresponding amount of food based on that number. This was my true goal. As for the small items recorded on the paper, they were all things similar to the thick, light-blocking cloth with suction cups that had been stuck to the door just now. They seemed simple, but they could play a considerable role in surviving the apocalypse. Of course, I knew how to make these things myself. However, rather than wasting precious time making tools, it was better to rest a little longer. The time and stamina I saved would be enough to kill quite a few zombies. In any case, I had plenty of food cards in my possession. By casually taking out a little food, I could make these people work for me for an entire night. This deal was extremely worthwhile. The 2 maintenance workers stepped forward and carefully checked the contents written on the paper. After reading, one of them nodded and said, "These things can all be made. Our toolkits are right here. If there are enough materials, they'll be very simple to make." He reached out and pointed toward the corner of the infirmary. There were indeed 2 maintenance toolkits placed there. I followed the direction of his finger and glanced over, then nodded in satisfaction. Afterward, I took out supply cards one after another from my storage space. A piece of specially shaped iron, a pullable thin thread, an elastic metal sheet. The items inside these cards could all be used as materials for making small tools. I activated the cards one by one and handed all the materials that appeared to the 2 maintenance workers. "Since you can make them, get to work. Best if you stay up all night. The more you make, the more food you'll be able to exchange for tomorrow." After arranging everything, I stretched lazily and walked toward the infusion room beside me while yawning. I'm going to sleep first. Tomorrow morning at 6, remember to wake me up for inspection. When the time comes, you'll receive food according to the number of items you complete. I found a small compartment that resembled a single-person infusion room, pushed the door open, and walked inside. To ensure my safety, I took out another eye of surveillance and placed it at the entrance of the small compartment. After confirming that anyone approaching this place would be discovered by the eye of surveillance, I finally laid down on the sickbed with peace of mind. However, I did not fall asleep immediately. Instead, I first opened my personal panel and checked my current status. I was still more than 20 experience points away from reaching level 6. Based on the experience I currently gained from killing level 2 zombies, if I killed another dozen or so zombies tomorrow, I should be able to level up smoothly. After closing the attribute panel, I opened my storage space again and checked through the supplies stored inside from beginning to end. Equipment, food, materials, and all kinds of practical tools. Nothing was missing. Finally, I opened the Golden Finger System panel. 1 against 100. Mission Introduction. An outstanding host must demonstrate his strength. Please kill 100 zombies inside the Modu Gymnasium. Zombie level does not matter. Mission progress. 45 out of 100. Mission reward. Randomly draw 1 ordinary grade golden finger. Obtain 1 bronze grade piece of equipment. Time remaining, 24 hours. There were still 55 zombies left. From 6 o'clock tomorrow morning to 12 noon, there would be a full 6 hours. As long as nothing unexpected happened, there was definitely a chance to complete the mission. Thinking of this, I closed the system panel and shut my eyes. Even while sleeping, I did not take off the equipment on my body. Just like that, I maintained a state in which I could enter battle at any moment and gradually drifted into sleep. 6 o'clock in the morning. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm I had set on my watch last night rang on time. My eyes opened instantly, and I abruptly woke from sleep. I shook my head. In just 1 second, I had fully regained consciousness. My vigilance has still gotten worse. I sighed somewhat helplessly. In the past, I wouldn't even have needed 1 second. The eye of surveillance at the door had still not lost its effect. This proved that while I was resting, no one had approached the small compartment. I got out of bed, turned over, and walked directly out of the single-person infusion room. The public infusion area outside was completely empty. Not a single person could be seen. It seemed the 4 temporary workers I had hired last night were indeed quite dedicated. After walking out of the infusion room, I indeed saw the 2 maintenance workers and Zhong Yeshua still making the small tools recorded on the paper. Only the young nurse had truly been unable to endure any longer and had fallen asleep leaning against the wall. However, from the heavy dark circles on her face, one could tell that she had not slacked off last night either. She had clearly worked until not long ago before falling asleep. Hearing my footsteps, Zhong Yeshua and the 2 maintenance workers slowly raised their heads. After a sleepless night, their eyes looked extremely exhausted. I looked at the finished products placed on the floor and could not help feeling somewhat surprised. Not bad. You completed them very well. These 2 maintenance workers did indeed have some skill. Some of the tools they had made were almost no different from the finished products I had described on the paper. Certain details had even been handled better than I expected. There was also a box placed beside them. Inside the box, the various medicines I needed were stored neatly. I roughly estimated in my heart. These medicines and tools, plus the Tang Hung Dao and the miscellaneous items originally stored there, should be enough to fill my storage space to the brim. All right, no need to keep making more. These are already enough. Hearing my words, the 3 of them finally stopped moving. I stepped forward and put the completed tools and sorted medicines into my storage space one after another. After collecting everything, under the 3 expectant gazes, I took out several supply cards from my storage space. Even though the cards had not been activated yet, they still could not help swallowing. After all, they already knew that these seemingly ordinary cards could produce real food. I was not stingy. After considering it briefly, I took out 4 food cards. The food obtained from supply cards had a satiating effect far beyond ordinary food from before the apocalypse. For those who did not need to fight, the energy provided by 1 food card was enough to maintain basic activity for an entire day. 1 card per person. Fair price. Honest to both young and old. I handed the cards separately to Zhong Yeshue and the two maintenance workers, then walked over to the young nurse and patted her awake from her deep sleep. The young nurse opened her eyes groggily. When she saw the food card being handed to her, she instantly became alert. The two maintenance workers accepted the cards and immediately thanked me sincerely. Zhong Yeshue also said, "Thank you. No need to thank me." I casually waved my hand. "We're each getting what we need, that's all." This was the inequality of status that arose after one side controlled resources. To me, 4 food cards were merely the harvest from killing 4 ordinary zombies. But if I had personally completed all the tasks of sorting medicines and making tools, it would have taken at least 16 hours. With those 16 hours, what couldn't I do? Even if I spent all of it hunting zombies, the benefits I could obtain would far exceed 4 food cards. Of course, Zhong Yeshue and the others had not suffered a loss either. Food cards that were easily obtainable to me were extremely precious survival resources to them. With their current strength, if they wanted to obtain 4 designated food cards, they might have to risk killing several hundred zombies, or perhaps participate in dangerous instances before they had any chance of obtaining them. Just then, Zhong Yeshue looked at the card in her hand and suddenly asked, Boss, how should this card be used?" I was stunned at first, then felt somewhat amused. I had almost forgotten. The Apocalypse game did not provide a complete beginner's tutorial at all. Many seemingly simple functions needed to be slowly figured out by the players themselves. So I taught them the method to activate supply cards. Only then did I remember that when I first entered the Apocalypse game in my previous life, just learning how to open the storage space had taken me several days. After explaining how to use the cards, I took out 3 food cards myself and activated them. A sumptuous and delicious breakfast immediately appeared on the table. I sat down without any courtesy and began enjoying breakfast. Zhong Yeshue and the other 3 discussed quietly for a while. In the end, they decided to activate 2 food cards first and share them among the 4 of them. After all, no one knew when they would obtain food next. If they could save some, naturally they had to save as much as possible. But even though it was only breakfast from 2 food cards, they were still so excited they almost burst into tears. It had been close to 3 days. They had finally eaten real food in the true sense. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Zhong Yeshue and the other 3, who had stayed up the entire night, were already so sleepy they could barely keep their eyes open. They prepared to find a place to catch up on sleep. As for me, I organized the equipment on my body and prepared to set out. On account of having known Zhong Yeshue in my previous life, before leaving, I casually reminded them, "Around 12 noon, you'd better leave this place immediately." According to my plan, by 12 noon, I should have already cleared out a considerable portion of the zombies inside the gymnasium. Leaving then would reduce the degree of danger quite a bit. Of course, I did not tell them the true reason. As for whether they would believe me, or whether they were willing to take this advice, that had nothing to do with me. Giving them a reminder was already considered doing Zhong Yeshue a favor. I turned off the lights in the infirmary and put away the thick cloth stuck to the glass window on the door. Then I observed the situation outside through the glass. There were slightly more zombies in the corridor than last night. I counted all the zombies within my field of vision. There were more than a dozen in total. Solving them would not be difficult. The only thing I needed to pay attention to was not making too much noise. Once I attracted the 100+ zombies on the first floor, even I would fall into quite a troublesome situation. I carefully observed the surrounding terrain again. Very soon, a narrow passage leading to the public restroom entered my field of vision. The entire passage was roughly a dozen meters long, with a width of only about 2 meters. This kind of terrain was very suitable for blocking a zombie horde. As long as I stood alone in the middle of the passage, I would have a chance to keep all the dozen or so zombies in the corridor there. Most importantly, this kind of narrow terrain could eliminate the need for constant movement and dodging. The noise created would also be much smaller. After deciding on my plan of action, I no longer hesitated. I gently opened the infirmary door. I turned sideways and slipped out through the crack, then carefully closed the door again. Immediately afterward, the familiar stealth mode activated once more. I bent my waist slightly, lowering my body to just the right height, avoiding the sightlines of the taller zombies in the distance. This posture looked somewhat strange, but it did not affect my movement speed in the slightest. Based on each zombie's position and facing direction, I constantly adjusted my route forward. The wall pillars, trash cans, seats, and promotional signs in the corridor all became tools for blocking lines of sight. Through one blind spot after another, I advanced silently. However, merely sneaking past was not enough. When I passed by the nearest zombie, I smoothly moved behind it. A flash of blade light. The Tang Hung Dao instantly cut open the zombie's neck. My left hand caught the falling head, while my right hand supported the headless corpse. Then I gently placed both on the ground. The entire process did not make the slightest sound. A fishing rod. Looking at this supply card, I felt somewhat speechless. All right, it could not be said to be completely useless. The fishing line on the rod could be removed and used elsewhere. I stored the card in my storage space and continued toward the public restroom. If anyone were able to see my series of actions at this moment, they would probably be shocked into awe on the spot. At least at this stage, I could say without the slightest exaggeration. In terms of stealth and assassination ability, I was the undisputed #1 in the world. In my previous life, I had once fought against the guy known as the world's #1 assassin. At that time, that person had also already survived in the apocalypse for several years. Even so, in terms of stealth and assassination, he still had not been able to surpass me. Let alone now. The entire world had only just entered the third day of the apocalypse. After casually dealing with the second zombie, I finally arrived at the narrow passage I had chosen at the beginning. However, I did not rashly lure over the zombie horde in the corridor, because the zombies that could enter this passage would not necessarily only appear from the front. The rear of the passage connected to the men's and women's public restrooms. If there were zombies inside the restrooms, and they suddenly rushed out from behind after the frontal battle began, that joke would be far too big. Before officially taking action, I had to eliminate the hidden danger behind me first. I followed the passage to the public sink area. First, I stood at the entrance of the men's restroom, held my breath, and pricked up my ears to listen carefully. A slow and dragging sound of footsteps came from inside. There really was a zombie. I raised the Tang Hung Dao and walked directly into the men's restroom. A zombie was wandering aimlessly back and forth inside. It had probably mutated while using the toilet, because even now, its pants were still stuck around its knees, and it had not had time to pull them up at all. Sensing my appearance, the zombie's grayish-white eyes immediately locked onto me. It opened its blood-stained mouth and charged over excitedly. But this zombie had clearly forgotten one thing. Its two legs were still tangled together by its pants. Its stride was too large when it charged, and both legs instantly lost balance. Thud! The zombie fell heavily to the ground. The loud sound was especially clear inside the restroom. I immediately felt annoyed. Couldn't it just fight properly? Did it really have to pull something like this? The noise caused by its fall was much louder than that of a normal battle. I did not even bother with the zombie struggling on the ground and trying to climb back up. Instead, I immediately poked my head out and looked toward the passage outside. Only after confirming that the sound just now had not alerted the zombie horde in the corridor did I finally breathe a sigh of relief. I turned around and ended the life of that idiot zombie with one slash. After putting away the supply cart it dropped, I checked the men's restroom from beginning to end. Aside from a severed arm scattered on the floor and an eyeball soaking in the sink, I found nothing else. I had to admit, the survival rate of people inside the Moto Gymnasium was terrifyingly low. However, this was understandable. People who came to the gymnasium for activities generally had decent physical fitness. The better one's physical fitness, the stronger the basic attributes one would obtain after turning into a zombie. Facing zombies whose attributes far exceeded the average level, ordinary players who had just come into contact with the apocalypse game simply did not have much ability to resist. After finishing my inspection of the men's restroom, I turned and walked into the women's restroom. As soon as I entered, I quickly swept my gaze around the surroundings. The overall layout was more or less the same as the women's restrooms I had entered before. Don't misunderstand. The times I entered women's restrooms before were all after the apocalypse descended. In the apocalypse, places like restrooms, with their complex layouts and numerous stalls, were indeed very suitable for temporary hiding. I did not let down my guard just because everything seemed quiet on the surface. Gripping the Tang Hung Dao tightly, I began checking the restroom stalls one by one. The first one, nothing. The second one, nothing. When I reached the second-to-last stall, I discovered that the door was actually locked from the inside. I reached out and gently pushed the door panel. Two low growls immediately came from inside the stall. Two, and their tones were completely different. A bold guess immediately appeared in my mind. No way. I bent down and looked inside through the gap beneath the stall door. Sure enough, there were 4 feet inside. 2 feet were in front, and the other 2 were pressed closely behind them. As for the pair of feet in the back, whether in size or shape, it was obvious at a glance that they belonged to a man. Damn, you two really are a bull opening the door for a cow. Bull to the extreme. 2 people had actually hidden inside a women's restroom stall in the Modu Gymnasium to seek excitement. When it came to knowing how to play, city folks really were on another level. After the 2 zombies discovered that someone had approached, they began frantically slapping the stall door. To prevent them from creating even more noise, I decisively swung my blade and split the door lock apart, then pulled the stall door open. A scene that could be described as world-shaking and shocking appeared before my eyes. 2 grayish-white-skinned zombies were actually tightly hugging each other. The female zombie stood in front. The male zombie was pressed behind her. If not for their gray-white pupils and the blood staining their mouths, this scene might even have been considered beautiful. Sensing that the stall door had been opened, the 2 zombies looked at me at the same time. Immediately afterward, they moved their legs together. When the female zombie stepped out with her left leg, the male zombie also followed with his left leg. When the female zombie adjusted direction to the right, the male zombie likewise shifted to the right. They were like 2 beings truly connected by the heart. Whether in footsteps, direction, or movement, everything maintained an eerie consistency. The next second, the 2 zombies swung their right claws at the same time and grabbed toward me. I swept the Tang Heng Dao out in a backhand slash. The sharp blade drew a cold arc through the air, severing both zombies' necks at once. Congratulations, player Yazzie, for successfully killing a level 2 zombie. You have obtained 4 experience points and 5 gold coins. The 2 heads fell to the ground at the same time. But even after losing their heads, the 2 corpses still relied on the balance formed by their 4 legs and stood perfectly upright in place. They were still tightly leaning against each other. Even in death, they had not separated. At this moment, even someone as experienced as me was quite shaken. I did not even immediately pick up the item on the ground that was glowing cyan, nor did I think about why the system had only given 1 notification or why 2 zombies had only dropped 1 item. I immediately took out that worn secondhand phone from my storage space. Asterisk click, 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 asterisk. First, a few wide shots. Then, a few close-ups. This kind of scene was far too rare. Even after surviving 10 years in the apocalypse in my previous life, I had never seen such a bizarre zombie combination. While taking photos, a thought suddenly flashed through my mind. Modu, Gymnasium, 1 male and 1 female zombie. The height of the 2 zombies. Why did these characteristics look more and more like the famous zombie couple from the later stages of the apocalypse? The so-called zombie couple were 2 terrifying existences whose strength was second only to the zombie emperor. These 2 zombies were inseparable year-round, and their tacit cooperation was absurdly high. Once they joined forces, even when facing a war god or the zombie emperor in the late apocalypse, they could fight back and forth evenly. According to records from my previous life, the zombie couple had first been discovered near the Modu Gymnasium. Furthermore, the height characteristics recorded in the books perfectly matched the 2 zombies before my eyes. Could it really be them? I looked at the 2 headless corpses still hugging each other, and my expression became especially strange. I never expected that the renowned zombie couple from my previous life would end up so miserably in this life. The apocalypse had only just entered its 3rd day, yet they had already been strangled in the cradle by me inside a women's restroom. I took nearly 100 photos in one breath before finally putting away my phone in satisfaction. Only then did I bend down and pick up the bronze-grade item that had dropped on the ground. It was a strange stone flashing with cyan light. Fusion stone. Quality, bronze-grade. Type, one-time use item. Effect, confuse 2 bronze-grade pieces of equipment of the same type to create a completely new piece of equipment. The fused equipment has a certain probability of increasing in quality and reaching silver grade. After seeing the attributes of the fusion stone, I immediately revealed a look of pleasant surprise. This time, Something good had really dropped. No wonder two zombies had only dropped one item. So even the dropped item had been fused together by them. I stored the fusion stone in my storage space. At the current stage, the equipment on my body had not yet been completely gathered. So naturally, I could not take out two bronze-grade pieces of equipment of the same type to fuse. I could only hope that I would obtain another bronze-grade weapon next. At that time, perhaps I could try fusing it with the Tanghung Dao. I did not touch the two headless corpses that were leaning against each other and standing without falling. Instead, I walked toward the final stall of the women's restroom and pulled open the stall door. The next second, my entire body froze in place. A cyan treasure chest was quietly placed beside the squat toilet. The surface of the treasure chest was carved with exquisite, complex, and mysterious patterns. Beneath the box, there was also a glowing mark similar to a hexagram, slowly rotating. Holy crap, what kind of luck is this today? I could not help exclaiming. To think I could actually discover a wild bronze treasure chest here. I immediately crouched down and placed my palm on the treasure chest. Detected that player Yazzie has discovered a bronze treasure chest. Reputation increased by 10 points. Do you wish to open the bronze treasure chest? Opening the bronze treasure chest requires 30 continuous seconds. Opening a wild treasure chest required a certain amount of time. During the opening process, the player's hand had to remain in contact with the treasure chest at all times. Once the hand was removed midway, the opening progress would immediately be interrupted. If one wanted to open it again next time, the countdown would have to start from the beginning. Therefore, every time a wild treasure chest was discovered, one first had to confirm that the surrounding environment was safe and ensure that the opening process would not be disturbed. Right now, I was the only living person left in the entire women's restroom. The men's restroom had likewise already been cleared. For the time being, there was no need to worry about any person or zombie suddenly rushing in. I steadily placed my right hand on the surface of the treasure chest. Open. Player Yazzie is opening the bronze treasure chest. Please wait patiently. 30, 29, 28, 27, 26. 30 seconds passed quickly. I held my breath, my gaze fixed on the bronze treasure chest the entire time as I waited for this opening's harvest. Player Yazzie has successfully opened the bronze treasure chest. Player Yazzie received treasure chest energy enhancement while opening the bronze treasure chest. Storage space expanded by 0.2 cubic meters. Player Yazzie obtained experience enhancement. Experience increased by 10 points. Player Yazzie obtained 134 gold coins from the bronze treasure chest. The system notifications temporarily ended there. Every time a treasure chest was successfully opened, a player could obtain a small amount of storage space, a certain amount of experience, and a random number of gold coins. As for the truly valuable things, those were the physical rewards inside the treasure chest. Accompanied by a soft cyan light, the treasure chest lid slowly opened. A greenish cyan fruit appeared in the center of the chest. Its shape was somewhat similar to an apple, and its peel emitted a faint luster. Other than that, there was nothing else inside the box. However, I did not feel disappointed because of this, because at first glance, I had already recognized the fruit's origin. Hopefully it's a strength fruit or an agility fruit. I silently prayed in my heart, then reached out and picked up the fruit. The relevant information immediately appeared before my eyes. Constitution fruit. Quality, bronze grade. Type, one-time use item. Introduction, a special fruit also known as the immortal fruit. Effect, after consumption, constitution permanently increases by 2 points. So it was a constitution fruit. Still not bad. Although constitution was not the attribute I prioritized most, after seeing permanently increases by 2 points, I still could not help revealing a smile. Attribute fruits were extremely rare items to begin with. They were among the few items capable of permanently increasing basic attributes. And for bronze-grade attribute fruits, permanently increasing an attribute by 2 points was already the highest value. If one's luck was worse, the bronze-grade fruit obtained might not even be capable of independently increasing any attribute. One would have to eat 2 fruits of the same type consecutively just to barely increase 1 point. From this perspective, the constitution fruit in my hand was already a top-grade item among bronze-grade attribute fruits. I walked to the sink and carefully rinsed the fruit under the faucet. In truth, items that appeared from treasure chests were all very clean. There was no need to wash them at all. But this treasure chest had appeared inside a women's restroom, and it had even been placed beside a squat toilet. For the sake of my mental health, it was better to wash it. After washing it clean, I directly took a large bite out of the fruit. A sweet and refreshing flavor instantly filled my mouth. Abundant juice followed immediately, as expected of something produced by a treasure chest. It was indeed guaranteed to be excellent. After a few bites, I had eaten half of the constitution fruit. Player Yazzie has consumed constitution fruit. Constitution permanently increased by 1 point. Attribute fruits actually had another method of use. If 2 players formed a party and obtained a fruit capable of increasing 2 attribute points, they could choose to each eat half. That way, both people could gain 1 attribute point. However, if the fruit itself could only increase 1 attribute point, then the entire fruit had to be eaten completely. Not a single bite could be missing. Otherwise, even the only attribute point could not be obtained. Fortunately, there was no core inside attribute fruits. Otherwise, in order to obtain the full attribute increase, whether players had to eat the fruit core as well would probably become a rather serious question. Naturally, I had no intention of sharing it with anyone else. With another 2 large bites, I directly finished the remaining half of the fruit. Player Yazzie has consumed constitution fruit. Constitution permanently increased by 1 point. Both points of constitution had been received. I immediately brought up my personal attribute panel. Basic attributes: Strength, 18. Spirit, 18. Constitution, 14. Agility, 18. Not bad. After Constitution increased by 2 points, I currently no longer had any particularly obvious attribute shortcomings. Closing the panel, I looked around the entire women's restroom again. I had to admit, this place was becoming more and more pleasing to the eye. Who would have thought that a small women's restroom could make me feel such a sense of closeness? I swear, this is not a typo, that it was absolutely not because I had obtained the fusion stone here, found a bronze treasure chest, and opened a top-grade constitution fruit. Since all hidden dangers had already been eliminated, it was time for the real battle next. Of course, the commotion caused by the battle could not be too great. The independent halls on the 2nd floor, plus the zombie horde in the 1st floor lobby, added together totaled at least over 100 zombies. If the noise was too loud and attracted all of them over, facing several hundred zombies at once, I had not grown arrogant to that extent. I went to the sink and washed my face, then cleaned the stains off the Tang Hung Dao. After being washed clean, the blade reflected a cold glint. I had already wasted quite a bit of time in the 2 restrooms just now. I could not continue delaying. To improve efficiency, it was time to take the initiative. Carrying the Tang Hung Dao, I arrived at the entrance of the narrow passage. Then I took out a supply card from my storage space. A large piece of heavy carpet. The card was activated. A broad and thick carpet appeared out of thin air and was smoothly laid across the entrance of the passage by me. After finishing my preparations, I looked toward the direction of the 2nd floor hall and gave a soft whistle. The whistle was not too loud, but it was enough to attract the attention of nearby zombies. The zombies in the hall stopped wandering one after another and turned their heads toward my direction. As for the zombies on the 1st floor and inside the various independent halls, they were not alerted by this bit of sound. The distance had been controlled just right. I beckoned toward those zombies. Then I retreated into the narrow passage. How could zombies that had seen a living person let me go? They immediately let out low growls and rushed toward the passage, fighting to be first. Just as the first zombie was about to step into the passage, a snow-bright blade light suddenly flashed. The sharp Tang Hung Dao accurately cut open its neck. The zombie's head rolled down toward the ground. The thick carpet laid below absorbed most of the impact and did not produce any obvious sound. Immediately afterward, I raised my right foot and kicked the first zombie's headless corpse aside, clearing space on the carpet. The second zombie had already charged up to me. The Tang Hung Dao swung out again. Another head fell onto the carpet. The third, the fourth, the fifth. The narrow passage limited the zombie horde's numerical advantage. At most, only 2 zombies could approach me at the same time, and the one truly capable of attacking me head-on was often only the one at the very front. I did not need to run back and forth, nor did I need to make large dodging movements. I only had to stand in place and swing my blade continuously. Along with one cold flash after another, zombies fell one after another. Without realizing it, the number of zombies in the second-floor hall grew fewer and fewer. The original dozen-plus zombies had now been reduced to only 7 or 8. Another slash fell. Congratulations, player Yazzie, for successfully killing a level 2 zombie. You have obtained 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. Congratulations, player. Your level has increased to level 6. Player Yazzie has obtained 1 free attribute point. 200 experience points are required until the next level. I had finally leveled up. Without the slightest hesitation, I directly invested the free attribute point I had just obtained into strength. Add to strength. Strength attribute increased by 1 point. Current strength, 19 points. The remaining zombies in the second-floor hall were already pitifully few. Since that was the case, what was there to hesitate about? I directly walked out of the narrow passage, carrying the Tanghung and charged toward the final few zombies. The remaining 7 or 8 zombies were all gathered together. Clearly, they had no intention of giving me an opportunity to defeat them one by one. But so what? Not only did I not stop, I instead actively charged into the zombie group. Gray-white figures quickly surrounded me. Sharp claws attacked from different directions, trying to tear open my body. With light steps, my figure constantly shuttled between the zombies. Side step, lower head, turn footwork, swing blade. Every dodge was just right, and every slash could accurately take away a zombie's life. There was no helping it. This was only the 3rd day since the apocalypse descended. According to normal development speed, it would basically not be until tonight that some ordinary zombies would rise to level 3. And right now, I had already reached level 6, fully 3 times their level. On top of that, I was wearing a set of equipment that could be considered luxurious at this stage. As for my swordsmanship, movement, and battle awareness, they were the results of 10 years of bitter training in the apocalypse in my previous life. With such an enormous advantage, if killing these ordinary zombies still could not be as easy as chopping melons and vegetables, then I would simply be unworthy of having been reborn. My figure drifted unpredictably through the zombie horde. Every time the Tanghung in my hand swung out, it brought up a spray of blood. These monsters, terrifying beyond measure in the eyes of ordinary survivors, were nothing more than moving experience packs to me. Finally, along with the final swing of the Tanghung I stopped. The last zombie, still standing slowly, revealed a long, thin line of blood across its neck. The next second, its head slid off its shoulders. The headless corpse fell backward, coincidentally landing on the corpses of its companions without creating too much noise. At this point, all the zombies in the center of the second-floor hall had fallen beneath my blade. The front half of the narrow passage, along with the passage entrance, was already packed full of zombie corpses, almost leaving no place to step. I shook the blood from the blade and opened the golden finger mission panel. 1 against 100. Current mission progress, 62 out of 100. I had already killed 62. Only the final 38 zombies remained before I could complete the mission. At that time, not only would I obtain a bronze-grade piece of equipment, I would also get to witness the true form of a randomly drawn ordinary-grade golden finger. I put away the Tanghung and began cleaning the battlefield. After carefully searching through every zombie corpse, I found a total of 2 items flashing with cyan light. The remaining drops were all cards representing various supplies. The first bronze-grade item was the Super Flashbang I had once obtained before. This kind of item was not very useful against zombies, which did not have normal vision. But when used against humans, its effect was quite good. Under certain special circumstances, it could even instantly reverse the situation of a battle. It was exactly one of the practical items I currently needed to stockpile. As for the second item, it was the bronze-grade equipment I had been looking forward to for a long time. Equipment in the Apocalypse game had clear body part classifications. Head equipment was mainly divided into helmets and masks, but only one of the 2 could take effect. Neck equipment was usually jewelry, such as necklaces. The upper body included chest armor and cloaks. The lower body was pants. Arm equipment had relatively more categories, including wrist guards, gloves, bracelets, and rings. Foot equipment was a pair of shoes. As for weapons and handheld defensive gear, the categories were even more complicated. Knives, swords, spears, bows, shields. Almost everything was available. Only one piece of equipment of the same type could take effect. Even if a player forcibly wore two pieces of equipment of the same type, only one of them would function. Of course, these were only the most common pieces of equipment. The Apocalypse game also contained some special items that did not occupy conventional equipment slots, such as headscarves, glasses, and tattoos. However, this type of equipment was extremely rare. They usually did not directly increase basic attributes, and the special abilities they carried were bizarre and varied, so they were not included in the conventional equipment system. What I obtained this time was a wrist guard. The entire wrist guard was pitch black, and a lifelike male lion was engraved on its surface. The lion's eyes were wide with fury, as if it might pounce out from the wrist guard at any moment. Lion wrist guard. Quality: bronze grade. Type: wrist guard. Introduction: a wrist guard enhanced by the power of a lion. It can produce a certain intimidating effect on enemies. Attributes: strength increased by 1 point, constitution increased by 1 point. Special effect: when attacking, there is a 10% probability of inflicting a 1-second intimidation state on the target. Intimidation: the target's body coordination decreases. If the target is casting a skill, the skill will be directly interrupted. This piece of equipment suited me very well. Not only did it increase 2 basic attributes, it also came with a rather practical special effect. In my previous life, I had once used equipment with an intimidation effect as well. If intimidation was triggered at a critical moment, not only could it interrupt the enemy's skill, it could also instantly disrupt the opponent's battle rhythm. Although the 10% trigger chance was full of uncertainty, as long as it successfully triggered once, with my combat ability, I could absolutely seize the opportunity within that 1 second and directly end the battle. I immediately equipped the lion wrist guard. A powerful force surged out from the wrist guard and quickly merged into my body. Strength attribute increased by 1 point. Constitution attribute increased by 1 point. My strength officially reached 20 points. After feeling the explosive increase of power inside my body, I briefly moved my arm. Relying on my own combat talent, I quickly grasped the body's new condition. A sudden increase in strength would often cause players to lose precise control over their movements. But for me, this kind of problem basically did not exist. With only a few simple movements, I could completely adapt to the new attributes. Aside from the central hall, the second floor also had independent venues such as badminton halls. Currently, the doors to those venues were all tightly closed. Without needing to think, I knew there must be quite a number of zombies inside each venue. However, I did not intend to waste time entering each venue one by one to search. I walked straight through the hall and arrived at the emergency stairwell I had passed through when entering the second floor last night. I gripped the door handle and slowly pulled open the emergency stairwell door. First, I stuck half my head out and observed the situation inside. The emergency stairwell was still empty. No zombies could be found. After confirming it was safe, I slipped inside sideways and followed the stairs up to the 3rd floor. Standing in front of the emergency stairwell door on the 3rd floor, I did not hurry to push the door open. Instead, I leaned against the wall and adjusted my breathing and physical state. Then, from the supply cards I had just obtained, I took out a cup of bubble tea and took a small sip to ease my thirst. The overall structure of the 3rd floor of the Modu Gymnasium had already been fully simulated in my mind. I knew very clearly that what came next would definitely be a tough battle. The 3rd floor was unlike the 1st and 2nd floors, which were mainly made up of sports venues. This place was an office area responsible for managing Modu's sports projects. After pushing open the emergency stairwell door, the first thing one would see was a long corridor. Large numbers of offices and conference rooms were distributed on both sides of the corridor. Once the battle began, I would have to kill my way in one breath from this side of the emergency stairwell to the warehouse at the end of the corridor. There would be almost no chance to stop and rest midway. If the situation turned bad, my only retreat would be the emergency stairwell behind me. However, as long as the battlefield shifted into the emergency stairwell, the sounds of battle might spread downward along the staircase. If the several hundred zombies on the 1st floor were alerted and rushed up in groups, I would truly fall into a desperate situation. so this battle could not retreat. I could only kill my way forward. Thinking of this, I put away the bubble tea and took out the Tang Hung Dao again. My palm landed on the door handle of the third-floor emergency stairwell. Since battle was unavoidable, then I would fight to my heart's content. I suddenly pressed down the door handle. The third-floor emergency stairwell door slowly opened outward. After the apocalypse descended, the third-floor emergency stairwell door was pushed open by someone for the first time. This place, which had long since fallen into a living hell, was also completely revealed before my eyes for the first time. The moment the door had just opened, a thick, nauseating stench of blood rushed toward me. My expression did not change as I stood at the doorway, my gaze quickly sweeping across the entire corridor. Unexpectedly, there was not a single living thing visible in the corridor, not even a zombie. There were only countless corpses lying on the ground. Among them were humans and also zombies. Moreover, whether human or zombie, their deaths were exceptionally miserable. Their heads had all been violently smashed open by something, like watermelons dropped from a high place. The red and white liquid formed by blood and brain matter flowed everywhere. The floor, the walls, the doors. None had been spared. Since this was an office area, the floor of the third floor had originally been covered with thick, soft carpet. But now, the surface of the carpet was covered with severed limbs and all kinds of unrecognizable human tissues. The walls on both sides of the corridor were almost completely covered by congealed blood. Only from a few spots untouched by blood could one barely tell that the walls had originally been white. Scattered among the flesh fragments covering the floor were brain tissue, teeth, eyeballs, and internal organs. Just one glance at this scene, like hell on earth, would be enough to make someone with slightly weaker courage mentally collapse and turn to flee. Yet I felt nothing. In my previous life, I had seen scenes 1,000 times more terrifying than this, more times than I could count. However, I still raised my guard. The situation before me was completely different from what I had expected. The information I obtained in my previous life only mentioned that there was a silver treasure chest on the third floor of the gymnasium, but it did not explain exactly what had happened here. Ordinary zombies absolutely could not create such a terrifying scene. When ordinary zombies attacked humans, they would usually only tear and bite a few times, then wait for the victim to transform into one of their own kind. Only when their emotions fell into extreme madness would they completely eat humans or suck out their brain matter. A scene like the one before me, where the corpses of humans and zombies had been randomly dismembered and the heads specifically destroyed to consume the brains, usually had only two possibilities. The first was that a zombie boss had appeared. Zombies with boss templates possessed strength far beyond ordinary zombies of the same level. At the same time, their appetite was even stronger, and they preferred to see humans as food. When no living humans could be found, some zombie bosses would even devour their own kind to satisfy their cravings. The second possibility was that a zombified animal had appeared. The probability of animals being infected by the zombie virus and successfully transforming was extremely low. Otherwise, the sheer number of animals on Blue Star alone would be enough to completely destroy humanity. Generally speaking, the larger the body and the stronger the physical condition of the animal, the higher the probability of zombification. As for weak creatures like mosquitoes, flies, and caterpillars, perhaps only one individual among millions, tens of millions, or even more would successfully zombify. Zombified animals were especially obsessed with human flesh and blood. They loved sucking human brain matter the most, but they would not spare ordinary zombies either. I observed the claw marks on the walls, the wounds on the corpses, and the cuts on those severed limbs. Very quickly, I determined the culprit behind all of this. A zombie cat. The claw marks on the walls were long, thin, and sharp. The damage done to the heads of the corpses also matched the attack habits of feline animals. For it to create destruction on such a scale proved that this zombie cat's size and strength were both quite terrifying. And the zombie animal I hated the most happened to be zombie cats. I tightened my grip on the Tang Hung Dao and took a step forward, truly entering the third-floor corridor. The wind boots on my feet stepped onto the carpet, but I did not feel the slightest softness. Instead, it felt like stepping into a patch of wet mud. This carpet had long since been completely soaked with blood, and it was mixed with large amounts of crushed flesh. I did not hurry forward. Zombie cats possessed extremely sharp hearing and perception. The moment the emergency stairwell door opened, it should already have sensed my arrival. Next, it depended on whether it planned to hide in the dark and ambush me, or appear head-on and treat me as new prey. It did not disappoint me. The apocalypse had only just descended, and the zombie cat before me clearly did not yet possess much intelligence. In addition, continuously slaughtering humans and zombies had given it an extremely inflated confidence in its own strength. So it chose to appear from the front. Meow. A shrill and ear-piercing cat cry came from the end of the corridor. Immediately afterward, from the warehouse at the end, a zombie cat whose body was comparable to that of a leopard slowly walked out. Its body was several times larger than that of an ordinary house cat. For zombified animals, the larger the body, the stronger the strength usually was. Although one could still make out the basic outline of a feline from its appearance, every part of its body had already undergone obvious mutations. Its pair of cat eyes had completely turned blood red. After the naturally unique pupils of a feline were shrouded in crimson, they seemed especially gloomy and terrifying. On its cat paws, which should originally have been covered in soft fur, 3 sharp claw blades flashing with cold light extended outward. Those claw blades only lightly scraped across the carpet, yet they instantly tore it apart. Even the hard ground beneath the carpet was left with clear claw marks. Expressionless, I stared at it and directly checked its attributes. When investigating information on zombies and other creatures, if the target's level exceeded the player's by more than 5 levels, one could usually only see the name and would be unable to view the specific attributes. Fortunately, this zombie cat's level had not exceeded the detection range. Its complete attributes quickly appeared before my eyes. Sharp Claw Zombie Cat. Quality: Bronze Grade Boss. Level 9. Basic Attributes: Strength, 21. Spirit, 10. Constitution, 9. Agility, 20. Talent: Sharp Claws. After an attack damages an enemy, the wound will enter a torn state. Wound healing speed decreases by 40% and bleeding speed increases by 40%. Skill: Afterimage Pounce. Speed instantly increases by 30%, pouncing toward the target and dealing damage equivalent to 120% of its own strength attribute. During the skill duration, the body enters an afterimage state, reducing damage taken by 50%. Skill: Cat Eye Gaze. Drags the enemy into a terrifying illusion created by the cat eyes, causing the target to enter a fear state. All attributes decrease by 20%. The mental influence caused by fear will continue to interfere with the target's subsequent battle. Very strong. A zombie animal capable of possessing a name prefix represented a boss-level existence. Its sharp claw talent, in particular, was absolutely terrifying. It reduced wound healing speed while increasing bleeding speed. That meant that as long as you were scratched by it once in battle, the wound would become extremely difficult to heal. As the battle dragged on, the amount of blood lost would keep increasing, and your physical condition would continue to decline. This zombie cat's level and basic attributes were equally shocking. Its strength and agility both surpassed mine. As expected of a zombie animal granted a boss template. Once this kind of monster completed zombification, it would naturally obtain an extremely high level. However, no matter how high its level was, how powerful its attributes were, or how dangerous its skills were, the expression on my face remained unchanged from beginning to end. I had absolute confidence that I could kill it. This was not blind arrogance. It was absolute confidence born from my own combat ability. Wasn't it just a slight disadvantage in basic attributes? Then I would use the combat experience I had accumulated over 10 years to torture you to death. Just then, the Doomsday Games mission notification suddenly sounded. Detected that player, Yazzie, has encountered the bronze tier boss, Sharp Claw, Zombie Cat. Special mission triggered. The Zombie Cat's Betrayal of Kindness. Mission introduction: a stray cat with a special talent used to be a frequent visitor to the 3rd floor of the Modu Stadium. Some staff members who liked cats would bring it delicious cat food every day. After the apocalypse descended, however, the cat infected by the zombie virus immediately began slaughtering the humans who had once helped it. It swung its sharp claws, causing those kind-hearted people to lose their lives in agony. Mission requirement: kill Sharp Claw Zombie Cat. Mission reward: 100 reputation points, 200 gold coins, 100 experience points, and 1 bronze tier item. Mission time limit, 8 hours. Mission penalty, level reduced by 1. All basic attributes permanently reduced by 1 point. Note, abandoning the mission will be regarded as mission failure. Seeing the mission penalty, I was not surprised at all. This was the Doomsday game I was familiar with. However, just as the Doomsday game's notification ended, the voice of the Goldfinger system immediately rang out after it. Ding! Goldfinger system has detected that the host has triggered the mission, the zombie cat's betrayal of kindness. Optimizing mission-related content. The Goldfinger system's optimization was completed very quickly. The modified mission panel appeared before my eyes once again. The zombie cat's betrayal of kindness. Mission requirement: kill Sharp Claw zombie cat. Mission reward: 100 reputation points, 500 gold coins, 300 experience points, and 1 bronze tier item. Mission reward has been optimized. Mission time limit: 24 hours. Mission time has been optimized. Mission penalty: none. Abandoning the mission or failing the mission will not result in any penalty. Ding! Mission modification complete. Looking at the optimized mission, I almost failed to control my expression. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Even though I was about to face a major battle, I still couldn't help looking over the mission panel several times. Was this still the Doomsday game I knew? Was this still the mission system that had screwed me over countless times in my previous life? Before my rebirth, who didn't know that the missions issued by the Doomsday game were notoriously congruent, infamously full of traps? The mission difficulty was extremely high. The punishment for failure was severe. Most outrageous of all, some missions even punished players for refusing to accept them. For ordinary players whose normal drop rate was only 1%, the mission rewards might seem decent at first glance. But it also depended on who the mission target was. A level 9 bronze tier boss. In the early stages of the apocalypse, if players wanted to kill such a monster, they would need at least dozens of people forming a team. Even if they successfully killed it, after dozens of people split the mission rewards, how much would each person actually get? If the slightest mistake caused the mission to fail, they would also have to bear the terrifying punishment of losing a level and having all attributes permanently reduced. No matter how you calculated it, this was a huge pitfall. Yet such an outrageously a mission that was had, after the Goldfinger system's miraculous revival, actually turned into a highly rewarding hot commodity with no failure penalty whatsoever. Accept the mission. I made my choice decisively. I was already determined to obtain the silver treasure chest. The zombie cat before me was very likely the monster guarding that silver treasure chest. Even without the mission, I still had to kill it. The additional rewards now were entirely icing on the cake. In any case, there was no failure penalty. No matter what, accepting it would not put me at a disadvantage. Player Yazzie has successfully accepted the mission, the zombie cat's betrayal of kindness. Please complete the mission within 24 hours. The Doomsday game system continued broadcasting the mission information in an emotionless voice. It seemed completely unaware that the original 8-hour time limit had already been forcibly modified into 24 hours by the Goldfinger system. I had to admit, the Goldfinger system was truly capable of extraordinary things. I quickly put away the mission panel and refocused all my attention on the zombie cat. After walking out of the storeroom, it had been standing there the entire time, staring at me. From time to time, a trace of human-like mockery appeared in its blood-red eyes. In its understanding, perhaps I was merely a new toy used to pass the time. Facing me, this toy. The zombie cat even stretched out one paw and began licking it unhurriedly. After licking it, it plopped down on the ground, narrowed its eyes, and put on a posture that said it did not take me seriously at all. Every single one of its actions was naked provocation. But how could provocation of this level possibly affect me? Once I entered a combat state, I would always maintain absolute calm. Anger, fear, anxiety. These negative emotions would only affect judgment and cause a person to reveal openings in battle. I stood motionless where I was, as if I had not seen the zombie cat's provocation at all. Between one man and one cat, a strange standoff formed. However, just standing there was a bit too boring. So I simply took out that old second-hand phone from my storage space, opened a novel I had downloaded long ago, and began reading it with great interest. Although the zombie cat had its eyes closed, its ears had been monitoring my movements the entire time. After waiting for a long while without hearing any sound, it quietly opened one eye and looked toward my position. Then it saw me staring at my phone with full concentration. When I reached an exciting part, a faint smile even appeared at the corner of my mouth. The zombie cat was clearly stunned. Immediately afterward, it became furious. It was sitting here provoking me, yet I still had the mood to play with my phone. This was clearly not taking it seriously at all. Anger rapidly filled the zombie cat's brain. It did not realize in the slightest that, at the beginning, it had been the one trying to anger me. But in the end, it was the one that fell into rage instead. The zombie cat slowly stood up and began approaching me silently. Its paw pads landed on the carpet soaked with blood without making the slightest sound. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. The distance between it and me grew shorter and shorter. Yet I was still focused on my phone, as if I had not noticed the danger drawing near at all. A trace of disdain appeared in the zombie cat's blood-red eyes. Stupid human. It had clearly lost interest in continuing to toy with its prey and was prepared to directly end this boring game. At this moment, it was only 10 meters away from me. The completely enraged zombie cat no longer continued hiding and directly activated its skill. After image pounce, it first took 2 steps forward. Immediately afterward, all 4 limbs exerted force at the same time, and its speed suddenly soared. Its massive body seemed to transform into an afterimage in an instant, pouncing toward me close to the ground. The 10-meter distance vanished in the blink of an eye. Fast. Even closer. The zombie cat extended its sharp claws, aiming directly at my neck. Just as the sharp claws were about to touch my body, I, who had been holding up the phone the whole time, finally moved. The second-hand phone in my hand disappeared instantly. Replacing it was a Tang Hungdao flashing with a cold, chilling gleam. The switch from the storage space had almost no delay. The instant the Tang Hungdao appeared, I had already thrust it straight out. If the zombie cat continued following its original pouncing trajectory, it would inevitably ram headfirst into the sharp tip of the blade. Only at this moment did it finally understand. It had been deceived. This cunning human before it had long since detected its approach. The so-called reading of a novel was merely to make it lower its guard and take the initiative to attack. A trace of regret flashed through the zombie cat's eyes. But now was not the time for regret. It was about to collide with the blade tip. At the critical moment, the zombie cat displayed the advantage of high agility. While in midair, it forcibly adjusted its body posture, changing the direction of the sharp claws that had originally been aimed at my neck and swiping toward the tip of the Tang Hungdao instead. It wanted to use its hard claw blades to block this thrust. My reaction was not inferior to its in the slightest. In fact, at the same time it adjusted its posture, I had already changed the attack direction of the Tang Hungdao. This was not a last-second reaction. It was reading moves and prediction. Before the zombie cat made its response, I had already predicted its next move. At this moment, the zombie cat in midair no longer had any chance to adjust its body again. It seemed as though both sides had gone through multiple reactions, but in reality, the entire process took less than 2 seconds. In the next instant, the zombie cat and the Tang Hungdao met head-on. Meow! A shrill scream echoed throughout the entire corridor. After landing, the zombie cat swiftly jumped away, retreating more than 10 meters in succession and returning to the position it had been in before launching its pounce. It stared fixedly at me with venomous eyes. A large amount of blood was continuously dripping from its right forelimb. Looking closely, one would discover that the 3 claws that had originally existed on its right front paw had all been severed by the Tang Hungdao. Its sharp claw blades were the zombie cat's most important means of attack. Yet in the very first exchange, it had lost all the blades on an entire right front paw. The zombie cat was furious to the extreme. After completing zombification, this was the first time it had been injured. In its view, this was simply unforgivable. I smiled as I looked at it, then reached out and pointed at the 3 severed claws lying on the ground. The expression on my face seemed to be saying, "That's it. Your claws have all been cut off. If you've got the guts, keep coming at me." How could the zombie cat possibly endure such humiliation? It bared its mouth full of sharp teeth, let out an enraged hiss, and charged at me once again. I gently shook my head. With my experienced combat judgment, I could tell at a glance that this zombie cat had completely lost its rationality. Its charging steps looked fierce, but in reality, they had exposed countless openings. I held the Tang Hung Dao horizontally before my chest and assumed a combat stance. This time, I would teach it an even deeper lesson. The zombie cat charged again. This time, its speed was even faster than before. I stared fixedly at its every movement, my brain rapidly analyzing its attack trajectory. The zombie cat had clearly learned from the previous lesson. It knew that after-image pounce would be seen through by me in advance, so it did not activate the skill again. Instead, it chose to engage directly in close combat. In the blink of an eye, it had already rushed before me. Its left front paw tore through the air, heading straight for my head. I turned my wrist and swung the Tang Hung Dao. Clang! An ear-piercing metallic collision rang out. The Tang Hung Dao accurately blocked the cat's claw. When one strike failed, the zombie cat immediately swung out its other front paw. I rotated the blade and blocked the attack once again. Clang! 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 The zombie cat fell into madness, attacking with all its strength. Every claw strike carried a sharp sound of tearing through the air, continuously falling toward the vital points of my body. Head, neck, heart, abdomen. Its attack speed grew faster and faster. Yet I remained standing in place from beginning to end, my feet not moving even half a step. Relying only on slight turns of my body and the Tang Hung Dao in my hand constantly changing directions, I formed an airtight defensive wall. Every single attack launched by the zombie cat was blocked by me one after another. Aside from one strand of hair being blown off by the whistling claw wind, I did not suffer the slightest injury. The zombie cat's situation, however, was completely different. From the moment close combat began, it had remained in a state of frenzied offense. Its constitution had never been high to begin with. As its stamina continued to be depleted, its movements gradually began to slow. Moreover, the three sharp claws on its right front paw had already been cut off by me, forcing it to rely more on its left front paw to attack. The cat's claws collided continuously with the Tang Hung Dao. Under the repeated impacts, quite a few small chips had indeed appeared on the edge of the Tang Hung Dao. However, the wear on the zombie cat's remaining claw blades was even more severe. If this continued, I would not even need to take the initiative to counterattack. Its remaining claws would be ground down little by the Tang Hung Dao. Even so, the zombie cat, having lost its rationality, still refused to stop. It was still frantically launching attacks at me. Suddenly, the zombie cat let out a strange scream. In its blood-red cat eyes, a wisp of eerie purple light abruptly emerged. This was cat's eye gaze. This skill did not require the target to make eye contact with the zombie cat. As long as one was within the skill's effective range, there was a chance of being forcibly dragged into an illusion. A strange force instantly enveloped my body. My movements became briefly sluggish, and the scene before my eyes rapidly turned dim. The surrounding corridor, corpses, and zombie cat all disappeared in an instant. I had been pulled into an illusion. Within the boundless darkness, a huge and ferocious cat face appeared out of thin air. The surface of the cat face was covered with twisted, bizarre patterns. Large amounts of blood, brain matter, internal organs, and severed limbs continuously flowed out from its enormous eyes. At the same time, the terrifying cat face continued approaching. A powerful mental pressure followed closely behind, attempting to crush my will and plunge me into fear. Facing that ferocious cat face that was constantly drawing nearer, I merely sneered. That's it. The next second, killing intent fully unleashed. Boom. The terrifying killing intent I had accumulated over an entire 10 years erupted violently from my body. The originally pitch-black illusion was instantly swallowed completely by dense blood-red color. Countless souls of the dead who had perished beneath my blade scrambled out from the blood-colored void. 10,000, 20,000, 100,000. Densely packed souls filled the entire illusion in the blink of an eye. They roared, screamed, and wept. Each twisted and ferocious face was enough to become something an ordinary person would never forget for the rest of their life after just one glance. I stood in the center of countless dead souls, coldly gazing at that enormous cat face. 10 years in the apocalypse. In just one zombie-tied dungeon alone, I once slaughtered 100,000 zombies. You want to compare with me and see who's more frightening? You're not worthy. As my words fell, the blood-red killing intent wrapped around the countless souls of the dead and swept toward the terrifying cat face like a towering tidal wave. The enormous cat face that should have been used to intimidate enemies actually revealed clear fear. Meow. The cat face let out a shrill scream. Not only did it no longer dare to continue forward, it actually turned around in panic and fled. In the next instant, the entire illusion was like a mirror struck by a heavy blow. Cracks rapidly spread across it one after another. Bang! The illusion shattered completely. My consciousness returned to reality. The zombie cat let out a pained, mournful cry and staggered backward several steps. It looked at me in terror. The scene of countless dead souls rushing toward it just now had completely crushed its spirit. It simply could not understand why the human before it was able to release such terrifying killing intent. My figure had already been deeply carved into its consciousness, becoming a nightmare it could never escape. Now, only one thought remained in the zombie cat's mind. Run. It endured the mental backlash caused by the shattered illusion, turned around, and moved its forelegs, stumbling toward the end of the corridor. But the mental backlash was truly too severe. Its forelimbs had already lost coordination, and even the most basic act of running appeared staggering and unsteady. And after waiting for so long, this was exactly the moment I had been waiting for. I did not chase. I simply raised the Tang Hung Dao horizontally to my side and locked onto the zombie cats fleeing back. Rotational slash. In the next instant, the Tang Hung Dao left my hand. Under the enhancement of the skill's power, the sharp long blade began spinning at high speed, like a flying meat grinder, chasing rapidly after the zombie cat. The zombie cat's sensitive ears caught the whistling sound coming from behind it. It instinctively turned its head back. In its blood-red eyes, only deep despair remained. It could not understand. It had clearly been able to toy with humans at will, and could even slaughter large numbers of zombies wantonly. Why, in the end, had it fallen here? The spinning Tang Hung Dao caught up to the zombie cat in an instant. A flash of blade light passed. A cat head comparable in size to a leopard's head rolled to the ground. After losing its head, the zombie cat's body still continued rushing several meters forward under inertia before finally crashing heavily to the floor. Large amounts of blood gushed out from its severed neck, splashing across the corridor walls. The last few white areas of the wall that had not yet been stained by blood were also completely dyed crimson. Death! I raised my right hand and steadily caught the Tang Hung Dao as it spun back toward me. System notifications instantly flooded the screen. Congratulations, player Yazzie, for successfully killing the level 9 bronze tier boss, Sharp Claw Zombie Cat. Obtained 50 experience points and 100 gold coins. Congratulations, player Yazzie, for completing the mission, the Zombie Cat's Betrayal of Kindness. Obtain mission rewards, 100 reputation points, 500 gold coins, 300 experience points, and 1 bronze tier item. Congratulations, player, your level has increased to level 7. Obtained 1 free attribute point. 400 experience points are still required to reach level 8. Congratulations, player Yazzie, for becoming the first player in the Doomsday game to kill a bronze tier boss alone. Obtain the globally unique achievement, Bronze's Fall. Server-wide announcement will now be issued. A series of system messages appeared before my eyes. As expected, the rewards obtained from single-handedly killing a bronze tier boss above my level were shockingly generous. The experience from killing the zombie cat and the mission reward allowed me to directly rise to level 7. Not only that, the remaining experience also filled nearly half of the experience bar required to advance from level 7 to level 8. But these were not the most precious rewards. As the first player in the world to kill a bronze tier boss alone, I had once again obtained an incomparably precious server-wide announcement. This time, I finally personally witnessed the scene when a server-wide announcement was issued. Through the glass window of the nearby office, I clearly saw that the originally bright sky rapidly darkened at this moment. The change did not occur only in Modu. At the same time, the skies in every corner of Blue Star dimmed. The sudden descent of darkness instantly drew the attention of players all over the world. No matter where they were, no matter what they were doing. and no matter what identity they had possessed before the apocalypse descended. Everyone's movements came to a halt at this moment. That familiar voice once again resounded through heaven and earth. This was the second time since the apocalypse descended that the grand and heavy system voice had spread throughout the world. World announcement. Congratulations to player Yazzie for becoming the first player in the Doomsday game to kill a bronze-tier boss alone. Player Yazzie has shocked the entire world with his powerful strength, obtaining the globally unique achievement, Bronze's Fall, and a large number of additional rewards. All other players are encouraged to actively learn from him. At this moment, Blue Star, which had already lost much of its vitality due to the apocalypse, once again boiled over. The name Yazzie was also mentioned by every player in the world for the second time.